Rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 61st session of the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today will be led in prayer by our distinguished colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Almighty Father, creator of all things, true source of light and wisdom, please enlighten us in our session today. Graciously let a ray of your brilliance penetrate into our minds and our hearts as we serve the Filipino people. Lord, give me a sharp sense of understanding, a compassionate heart, while having the ability to grasp things correctly and fundamentally. Grant me the skill of being exact in my explanations and the ability to express myself with thoroughness. Point out the beginning, direct the progress, and help in completion of our work today. All this we pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Let us remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Kayang magiliw, peras ng sinanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisihil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong magaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 23 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. 23. Yes, 23, together with Senator Bong.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third and final reading Senate Bill number 2386. This is the bill on the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on March 7, 2024 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to proceed with the reading of the measure, the title of the measure, and to proceed with the roll call vote.
An act instituting reforms in the real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance, granting of tax amnesty on real property and special levies on real property, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2386 is approved on third reading. Congratulations to the sponsor and authors.
Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, together with the co-authors of this bill, Senate President Mig Zubiri, Majority Leader Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator Bong Revilla, I stand before you with a profound sense of gratitude in this august chamber. Today, Senate Bill number 2386, or the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Reform Act, is approved on third and final reading. This landmark legislation, originally filed by the late and former Senate President Edgardo Angara during the 13th Congress in 2005, has spanned 19 long years. For almost 2 decades, a dream has echoed in the halls of Congress, a single, transparent, and updated valuation system. Today, that vision inches closer to reality. After rigorous debate and meticulous consideration of amendments, our committee has crafted a proposed measure that stands to significantly benefit our taxpayers and even our local government units. Mr. President, at the core of our vision lies the well-being of our taxpayers. This bill aims to provide relief to our delinquent property owners who may have fallen behind on their property tax payments by granting them amnesty. Sa pamamagitan ng batas na ito, kung mayroon hindi nakabayad ng amilyar, ang mga multa at interes ay hindi na kukolektahin sa loob ng 2 taon ng pagsasabatas ng panukalang ito. This act also promotes transparency through a real property information system. Mr. President, let us imagine a central database where all property information is readily available. This system will ensure everyone has access to accurate property valuation, reducing discrepancies and confusion. The benefit of this proposed measure also extends beyond the case of expropriation, which often leads to valuation disputes and lengthy court litigation in right-of-way acquisition. Through a unified valuation system, both the government and property owners will rely on the same basis for property prices. This implies an end to all underestimating your property's value during expropriation. Mr. President, these benefits for our taxpayers will be reinforced by provisions that prioritize and safeguarding of taxpayers who might be affected by sudden and substantial increases in their real property tax obligations. The new Schedule of Market Value, also known as SMVs, will take effect 2 years after the enactment of the Act, providing more ample time for stakeholders to adapt to the changes. Following this 2-year transitory period, the introduction of a one-time 6% cap on each type of real property tax is a safeguard against sudden financial burdens on our taxpayers. Mahalaga ang probisyong ito upang matiyak na magkakaroon ng limitasyon ang pagtaas ng buwis. Once the one-time cap lapses, our LGUs have the authority to extend this cap. This flexibility allows us to respond to the unique needs of our communities and to the ever-changing economic landscape. To further protect our taxpayers, LGUs have the authority to alter the assessment levels and tax rates to prevent sudden increases in real property tax dues. And lastly, if the new SMVs is not approved, the previous SMVs shall remain in effect. Championing the implementation of this act, the Bureau of Local Government Finance and the Department of Finance will be the primary agency to take the helm. To support the expanded functions of the BLGF, a new unit known as the Real Property Valuation Service shall be established. Beyond its impact on taxpayers, this bill extends considerable benefits to our LGUs, particularly those classified as third and lower income. The Department of Information and Communication Technology will offer assistance to these LGUs in establishing the Real Property Information System. Additionally, subsidies will be allocated to third and lower income class LGUs to support the Real Property Tax Administration Fund. Kapag naisabatas na ang panukalang ito, layunin natin na walang lokal na pamahalaan ang mapag-iiwanan. Mr. President, I am humbled to acknowledge that the passage of this bill would not have been possible without the dedicated efforts and amendments put forth by my esteemed colleagues. Allow me to express my gratitude to those who contributed to shaping this legislation. Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda, Senate Minority Leader Coco Pimentel, Senator Sonny Angara, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Mark Villar, and Senator Risa Hontiveros. Furthermore, I would like to acknowledge the active participation of numerous public and private stakeholders who have tirelessly worked to enhance this proposed measure. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Through this proposed measure, we not only pave the way for greater efficiency and accuracy in property valuation, but also extend a helping hand to our delinquent property owners and low-income LGUs. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, and again, congratulations. Mr. President, at this juncture, we are honored to have in our session hall today guests from the Embassy of the Republic of Korea, led by our friend, the distinguished ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines, His Excellency Lee Sang-hwa. He is joined by Councilor Kwon Sun-hyun and First Secretaries Kim Bo-ram and Cho Song-yon. We warmly welcome all of them in this august chamber. Welcome to the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines.
Yes, we welcome His Excellency, Ambassador Lee Sang-hwa, and we thank him for honoring our invitation to be here today in the Philippine Senate. Since diplomatic relations between the Philippines and Republic of Korea were established on March 3, 1949, our bilateral ties have continued to grow and flourish, encompassing broad areas of cooperation, such as in political, economic, socio-cultural spheres, and more significantly, defense. The Philippines considers this relationship as one of its strongest and most comprehensive in the Asia-Pacific region. Hence, this year, 2024, we are proud to celebrate this milestone 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations. From all of us senators present, we wholeheartedly welcome Your Excellency and your colleagues to the Philippine Senate. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 946. This is the resolution recognizing the friendship and cooperation between the Philippines and the Republic of Korea. I so move, Mr. President.
And before I act on that motion, I just want to say that our friendship with South Korea is one that was written in blood, that we were one of the expeditionary forces that helped in the establishment of a democratic Republic of South Korea. And we are proud of that. We are proud that we shared our blood with them in defense of democracy. So once again, we thank you for the friendship. There being no objection to the proposed motion, or the motion rather, of the Majority Leader, proposed Senate Resolution number 946 is under consideration. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution recognizing the enduring amity and cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and the Republic of Korea and commemorating the 75th anniversary of their diplomatic relations.
Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela City, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, to sponsor the resolution.
Our distinguished gentleman from the city of Valenzuela, who is also the president of the Philippine-South Korea Friendship Group, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, a pleasant day to you all. Today, we are truly honored by the presence of the distinguished delegates from the Republic of South Korea, headed by Ambassador Lee Sang-hwa, together with Councilor Kwon Sun-hyun and First Secretaries Kim Bo-ram and Cho Seong-hon. Annyeonghaseyo, mabuhay, and welcome to the Philippine Senate. In my capacity as a chairperson of the Republic of the Philippines, Republic of Korea Parliamentary Friendship Association in the Philippine Senate, I have the privilege to sponsor the adoption of a resolution that aims to recognize the enduring amity and cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and the Republic of Korea. as we commemorate the significant milestones of the 75th anniversary of our diplomatic relations. Mr. President, as K-drama or Korean dramas have captured the hearts of Filipinos with their captivating storytelling and universal themes of love, family, and resilience, so too have our nations found common ground in the narratives of our histories. Our enduring bond, spanning over 70 years, traces its roots back to 1949, when the Philippines proudly became the fifth nation to recognize the Republic of Korea upon its inauguration. The depth of our friendship was further solidified during the Korean War, when the Philippines courageously deployed the Philippine Expeditionary Force to Korea, standing shoulder to shoulder with our Korean brothers and sisters in their pursuit of peace and freedom. Similarly, as K-pop or Korean pop transcends borders and languages to unite fans from every corner of the globe, our friendship knows no bounds, transcending geographical distances to foster a sense of camaraderie. A testament to this enduring connection is the sisterhood forged between our city, Valenzuela, and Bucheon City in South Korea, which commemorated its 15th anniversary last year. Having personally witnessed the innovative practices of Bucheon City, I can attest to its profound influence on our approaches in Valenzuela City, leaving an indelible mark on our governance. But on a larger scale, the continuing mutual cooperation and friendship between the Philippines and South Korea have contributed to the promotion of diplomatic relations and growth across various areas. The collaboration between our countries, which have started in defense, has since extended to trade and investment, maritime affairs, and people-to-people exchanges, among others. In the realm of defense, our journey of cooperation has been one of mutual respect and shared goals. Through the years, the Philippines has been an active supporter of the inter-Korean peace process and reconciliation efforts. South Korea, meanwhile, has been a steadfast ally of the Philippines in our pursuit of defense capability modernization. In addition to entering into several bilateral defense agreements, South Korea has also supplied the Philippine Air Force with FA-50 multi-role fighter jets and the Philippine Navy with its first 2 missile frigates. Furthermore, the trade and investment collaboration between the Philippines and South Korea has greatly flourished over the years. As of June 2022, the Philippine Economic Zone Authority has registered 251 South Korean companies, channeling nearly 90 billion pesos in investments across various economic zones in the Philippines. These enterprises collectively employ about 45,000 Filipino workers, contributing significantly to the local job market and have yielded export revenues totaling $1.1 billion as of August of 2022. This partnership was further solidified with the recent enactment of a free trade agreement aimed at enhancing the vibrant relationship and collaboration between the two countries. In the domain of maritime affairs, the Philippines and South Korea have embarked on innovative initiatives aimed at harnessing the potential of the blue economy. Our cooperation has been multifaceted, ranging from the establishment of maritime partnerships through dialogues and agreements to the initiation of capacity-building programs. Together, we have focused on enhancing our maritime domain awareness, safeguarding our maritime environment, and cultivating an ocean economy that mutually benefits our people. Mr. President, the Philippines and South Korea have long enjoyed a relationship that extends beyond formal agreements and economic partnerships. It is a bond that is deeply rooted in the hearts and lives of our people. Over the years, our nations have nurtured bilateral relations through vigorous people-to-people exchanges, facilitated by initiatives such as the South Korean Global Korean Scholarship Programs and the Korea International Cooperation Agency training programs. From the bustling streets of Manila to the serene landscapes of Jeju, our people have embraced each other's cultures, learning and growing together. Today, South Korea stands as the Philippines' top source market for foreign tourist arrivals. In 2023 alone, the Philippines welcomed over 1.4 million Korean visitors, representing about 1 out of every 4 foreign tourists entering the country. Likewise, South Korea benefits from the contributions of over 47,000 Filipinos deployed in various industries across South Korea, according to the 2021 data from the Philippine Overseas Labor Office. Our shared history, marked by the valor of Filipinos during the Korean War, has blossomed into a modern-day alliance that celebrates diversity and mutual respect. Through the strength of our partnership and richness of our cultural exchange, may we continue to inspire generations to come, forging a legacy of enduring friendship that knows no bounds. In closing, let us celebrate the richness of our enduring friendship, akin to the fusion of spicy kimchi and savory adobo delights, just as the graceful lines of the hanbok intertwine with the elegant barong Tagalog. Our cultures converge in a beautiful tapestry of tradition and innovation. Cheers to the 75 years of shared history and boundless possibilities. Kamsahamnida, maraming salamat. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. We'd also like to thank them, Majority Leader and our dear colleagues. Last weekend, they invited their Air Force demo team. I forget the name of the team. Maybe you can ask Majority Leader what was the name of their team. It's like the Blue Eagles for the United States. For South Korea, it is the ambassadors there. The Diamond, Black Diamond.
Mr. President.
The Black Diamond team who performed several days in Clark Air Base with their wonderful FA-50s. So we had an opportunity to see that in Singapore with Senator JV during the Singapore Air Show. They were quite impressive.
They're Black Eagles.
And I'm happy that our Air Force utilizes the same type of aircraft.
They're Black Eagles, Mr. President, as Black Eagles, Mr. President.
Black Eagles, okay.
Yeah.
Black Eagles.
Black Eagles. Thank you.
That's the
Mr.
right-
President,
thank you.
next to co-sponsor the measure is our distinguished Senate President Pro Temp, no other than Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In support of the Chair of the Parliamentary Association, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, the sponsor, I rise today in full support of Resolution Number 946, recognizing the enduring amity and cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and the Republic of Korea, commemorating the 75th anniversary of their diplomatic relations. The year 2024 marks a significant milestone in the long-standing history of friendship and collaboration between our two nations. Since the establishment of bilateral relations on March 3, 1949, the Philippines and South Korea have shared a bond that has only grown stronger over the years. From economic partnerships to cultural exchange, our countries have worked hard hand in hand to foster understanding and promote development in various fields. I am particularly proud to highlight that as a staunch advocate of cultural exchange and education, we were able to establish the Philippine Studies Program at Busan University through the Department of Foreign Affairs. Academic exchanges play a crucial role in fostering a deeper understanding of the Philippines and its relationship with other countries. And as we celebrate this momentous occasion this year, let us reaffirm our commitment to further deepen our diplomatic relations and explore new avenues of cooperation. I urge all my esteemed colleagues to join me in co-sponsoring this resolution as we honor the enduring friendship between the Republic of the Philippines and the Republic of Korea and look forward to many more years of fruitful collaboration. And of course, this celebration comes at a time when just 2 weeks ago we honored the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
distinguished
Mr.
colleague.
President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the gentleman from the city of San Juan and Zambales, no other than Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan and Zambales province, Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the mere mention of BTS Jewel in the Palace, Squid Game, Gangnam Style would probably elicit scores of reactions among members of our staff and among the general populace. Today, as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations between the Philippines and South Korea, beyond Hallyu, or Korean Wave, the cultural phenomenon that has taken the world by storm, allow me to mention just a few notable things worth pointing out. The part of labor. In terms of cash remittances, 67,000 overseas Filipinos in South Korea sent 46.4 billion the year 2023. This makes South Korea the 10th most important source of cash remittances. That is 46.4 billion pesos in additional purchasing power for families back home and a great help to our recovering economy. The strength of our Filipino workforce led to our inclusion in South Korea's employment permit system, an innovative labor migration scheme extended to 16 countries. Our inclusion into the EPS has given more than 33,000 of our fellow men and an opportunity to provide for families back home. On the part of defense, diplomatic relations between our two countries were established on the 3rd of March 1949, and it would be tested a little over a year later. When the Korean War broke out in 1950, the then President of the UN General Assembly, Carlos P. Romulo, advocated for the international defense of South Korea before the Assembly on the 25th of September 1950. In fact, the Philippines had already sent the first of the 5 battalion combat teams from the Philippine Expeditionary Force to Korea and to Busan 6 days prior. Today, 2 memorials stand in Goyang City and in Yeoncheon County in commemoration of the courage and bravery of our fellow men, honoring over 7,400 who have fought valiantly alongside South Korean soldiers for independence and for support and preservation of democracy. In the year 1999, my father, then President Joseph Estrada, arrived in Seoul for a state visit which coincided with the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between our nations. On that state visit, my father advocated for the Filipino workers in South Korea, as well as the promotion of investment and trade. Then President Kim Dae-jung expressed hope during that meeting that South Korea would be able to participate in the modernization of the Philippine Navy, which has since been realized. In fact, in 2023, they have partnered with the Armed Forces of the Philippines by building the Navy's first corvette, which we hope will soon allow us to take a bolder role in upholding stability and security in the Indo-Pacific region. On the part of trade, from a security partnership, we have seen our relations flourish in terms of economic interests by way of the signing of the Philippines-Korea Free Trade Agreement September last year. In terms of trade, Mr. President, South Korea remains a top trading partner, ranking 5th in terms of total exports for 2023, amounting to $3.5 billion or 196 billion pesos. In terms of tourism, South Korea ranks number 1 in foreign tourist arrivals, totaling 1.4 million in 2023. That is over 1/4 of overall tourists' arrivals last year. The part of the official development assistance, from once being a recipient, South Korea has now become an official development assistance donor country, which, according to His Excellency Ambassador Lee Sang-hwa, has reached $80 million or 4.4 billion pesos for the Philippines in 2023. Ambassador Lee refers to this continued form of support as an investment in security and prosperity, an engine of growth that creates jobs, expands market, and helps countries in transition. Though the ties between our two countries were forged amidst the background of conflict and military collaboration, today it has blossomed into a more expansive and deeper cooperation which now includes agriculture, climate change, disaster risk reduction, health, innovation, and socio-cultural exchanges. For 75 years of friendship and cooperation, and to many more, allow me to say, Kamsamhamnida. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Kamsamida, my dear colleague. Kamsamida.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the provinces of Nueva Ecija, Camarines Norte, and the adopted son of Mindanao, Senator Robin Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayurya. Gusto ko lamang pong sundan yung sinabi ni Senator Jinggoy Estrada patungkol po sa relasyon natin sa Korea, sapagkat tunay po yun, hindi po natin makakalimutan na ang ating mga kababayan, ang ating pong kasundaluhan, ay nag-alay po ng buhay dyan sa Korea at pinaglaban po nila ang kalayaan ng South Korea. Ito po ay hindi natin malilimutan na pagsasama ng dalawang bansa na ito. Kaya po kanina, mahal na Pangulo, lumapit ako sa kanilang representative dito. Sinabi ko po sa kanila, sana give us a little of your magic because the world loves the Korean very much. Maybe just a small one. Sabi ko po sa kanila, sapagkat maituturing naman na tayo'y magkamag-anak. Sapagkat yung ating pinagmulan, Austronesian race, at yung ating pinagsamahan ay isang matibay na pagsasaksi. Na isang araw, sabi ko sa kanya, maybe one day we can make a movie about the Filipinos who went to Korea and fight there. So maraming salamat po at tunay po ang ating pong relasyon sa South Korea ay malakas, matindi at talagang masasabi ko pong iisa tayo. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Padilla.
Mr. President, our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, would also like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, the minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the presence of His Excellency, the South Korean Ambassador Lee Sang-hwa, we'd like to manifest that this resolution has bipartisan support in the Senate because we really value the relationship with South Korea, Mr. President. So, the Philippines and South Korea established formal diplomatic relations on March 3, 1949, so 75 years ago, and our friendship has evolved from focused military cooperation to a broader partnership encompassing political, security, socio-cultural, economic, and developmental aspects. Our trade, South Korea is a valued trade and investment partner of the Philippines. It ranked fourth in 2022 in terms of total bilateral trade and fourth in total approved investments. And I think last year, number one in terms of visitors to the Philippines. Last September, our country set another milestone of bilateral relations after signing a free trade agreement. Mr. President, South Korea will remove tariffs on approximately 94.8% of Philippine products. And then, of course, we will also reciprocate. But I hope that the Philippine entrepreneurs will take advantage of this liberalization on the part of South Korea. And as I've told the ambassador when we had lunch a couple of months ago, Korean pop culture includes K-pop music, drama, and movies. They have Oscar, Best Picture, yes, The Parasite. So all of these achievements by Korea are a sensation in the Philippines. Filipinos are very interested now in Korean traditions and culture and lifestyle, and even in their country, Mr. President. So, and we thank them for the many South Korean students and tourists who are here in our country. And just for the information of the ambassador, even in our discussions, Mr. Ambassador, when we were discussing the eco-zone in Bulacan, Mr. President, the example given when we asked for a good model is the Incheon Free Economic Zone. And when we were discussing here the bill on our creatives industry, Mr. President, in the discussion, what was the model? It was the Korean creatives industry was also the model. And recently, I think COMELEC has trusted also a South Korean corporation. Now, so with the 75th year anniversary with South Korea, I am sure that the South Korean corporation will take good care of our elections next year, Mr. President. That is a South Korean company. So I hope that the ambassador will also supervise the actions of this South Korean corporation. So, and then, my dear colleagues, I bring your attention to a bill I filed, which is Senate Bill number 2581, which seeks to designate March 3 as a special day by law to celebrate the long-standing relationship between the Republic of the Philippines and the Republic of Korea. So I hope that that particular bill or measure will get the support of our colleagues here in the Senate. And I am confident of that, Mr. President, because of how we value our relationship with South Korea. So to the people of South Korea, through their ambassador, kamsahamnida for all of the assistance and all of the help to the Republic of the Philippines. We appreciate it. Kamsahamnida. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Coco Pimentel. And yes, with the free trade agreement, also the farmers of Mindanao, Senator Pimentel, where we're from, will be benefiting from that. So we thank them, our distinguished friends from South Korea. Next to, I believe, also co-sponsor the measure is no other than Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Briefly, just to add a few notes to the manifestation of my minority leader and our colleagues in the whole Senate. The Republic of Korea, first of all, Mr. President, 안녕하세요. The Republic of Korea shares one of the world's most heavily militarized zones with North Korea. So our sisters and brothers from the Republic of Korea are really holding the line in terms of that very difficult balance of ensuring the safety and security of their countrymen and women and preserving the peace for the region. Although I very much like all of our colleagues here, I believe, Mr. President, although I like our current Republic of Korea ambassador to the Philippines, His Honor Lee Sang-hwa, very much. I do remember also very fondly a former ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines who invited me to watch a South Korean film. They were showing it to the public in one of our big theaters about the Korean War. It was a very beautiful family film and really showed to me how, just like Filipinos, the people of the Republic of Korea treasure family, desire always the unity of families, and are capable of the most terrible sacrifices out of love for family and country. I cannot forget, Mr. President, that at the end of the film, when I turned to say thank you to that former ambassador of the Republic of Korea to the Philippines, he was crying. So just to show how much they too feel these values that are so dear to us Filipinos. Mr. President, 75 years is a long and irreplaceable time. It is symbolized among the precious stones by the diamond, among the most beautiful, the strongest, and the most precious of stones. May our special relations as the Republic of the Philippines with the Republic of Korea continue to remain beautiful and strong and precious in the eyes of both our peoples. And lastly, Mr. President, I remember in one of my first conversations with Ambassador Lee, we were able to talk about the ongoing efforts to mutually ensure the rights and benefits of Filipino overseas workers in the Republic of Korea. And I wish to thank our sisters and brothers who are here from the Republic of Korea and the good Ambassador Lee for this concern that we Filipinos also feel so strongly in our minds and in our hearts. So, kamsahamnida. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Also, next, I think, is Senator Angara. Our distinguished colleague, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. I know this was not scheduled, but I just want to convey our thanks to the Ambassador of South Korea and to South Korea, because I remember when I was the representative for Aurora Province, the foreign aid equivalent agency, or like similar to what JICA for Japan, funded KOICA funded a very state-of-the-art rice mill in the province of Aurora, and to this day, the farmers of Aurora are benefiting from that very kind grant from the Korean government and Korean people, and for that, we will always be eternally grateful to our friends from South Korea. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Mr. President, Senator Bong Revilla would like to just insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech, and Senator J.V. Ejercito is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, the Deputy Majority Floor Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Likewise, we'd like to thank the Republic of Korea, South Korea, for their support to our overseas Filipino workers. In the 1990s, Mr. President, when I was still in business, we had an agency that we were the pioneers of sending our OFWs in the 90s, together with the Korean Federation of Small Businesses, or KFSB. And now we have thousands of workers in Korea and are well taken care of by their government. So I would like to thank South Korea for taking care of our OFWs and being one of the pioneers who have, as I mentioned, who have sent our workers there. I'm very happy that now that a lot of our workers have really improved their quality of life, especially of their families. So that's all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to be the last co-sponsor of the measure, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Distinguished
Thank
Majority
you.
Floor Leader
Thank
is
you very
recognized.
much, Mr. President. The Honorable Senate President, dear colleagues, and our esteemed guests from the Embassy of the Republic of South Korea, Anyong Hashimnika, Kamsabida. I am honored, Mr. President, to co-sponsor Senate Resolution number 964 commemorating 75 years of diplomatic relations between the Philippines and the Republic of Korea. At the core of this strong partnership between our two nations is shared values, our enduring commitment to democracy, and our strong people-to-people ties that date back to the inauguration of South Korea and perhaps even earlier, Mr. President. On March 3, 1949, the Philippines was the fifth country to recognize the Republic of Korea. A year after that, Mr. President, 7,420 Filipino soldiers fought arm in arm with our South Korean brothers. In a public rally held shortly before the 10th Battalion of the AFP embarked for the Korean battlefront, President Quirino told our men, and I quote, "Yours is a heroic mission. It is also a historic mission. Today, we begin to write a wonderful page in our history. What you will do in Korea will be part of our country's special investment in world cooperation for peace and freedom." The decades that followed were a testament, Mr. President, to how this investment in peace blossomed into an enduring and sincere friendship. Today, South Korea is our fourth largest partner in terms of bilateral trade, valued at $15.45 billion US dollars, and sixth in terms of approved investments, valued at $90.64 billion US dollars. Mr. President, in terms of culture, Filipinos have fully embraced the Korean wave, known as Hallyu, And as K-pop music and K-dramas have become part of our daily lives. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, I think everyone here knows that this representation is a proud girl dad who has accompanied and cheered my daughter during recent concerts, Mr. President, of popular groups, whether it's 80s or Blackpink, etc., Mr. President. Filipino actors have also made waves and have gained recognition in South Korea. Mr. President, we also value the exchanges in education and training between our two countries. We are grateful to the Korean government for providing grant-in-aid projects to develop and showcase Filipino talents in various fields. Mr. President, I remember during my time in TESDA as the secretary of TESDA, I signed a number of MOAs to allow the South Korean government to invest in the construction of training centers here in the Philippines, to provide equipment and dispatch Korean experts in the Philippines and train Filipinos in Korea. We also forged partnerships, Mr. President, with South Korean universities and industries. I've met with so many leaders and education leaders from South Korea. And so, with that, Mr. President, we'd like to state into the records our sincerest thanks and gratitude. These are but a few of the many areas of cooperation between our two nations, Mr. President. 75 years of partnership is an incredible milestone and a long time for friendship. But I believe there are still many opportunities to further deepen our relations. In closing, Mr. President, please allow me to thank the Republic of South Korea, represented by our dear friend, His Excellency Ambassador Lee Sang-hwa, and officials of the Korean Embassy for 75 years of meaningful and fruitful relations. From the bottom of our hearts, Chinsim Muro, Kamsa Durim Nida, for 75 years of friendship. Thank you, Mr. President, and may God bless us all.
Mr. President? Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like, pahabol. I would like to co-sponsor the proposed resolution recognizing the enduring amity and cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and the Republic of Korea and commemorating the 75th anniversary of their diplomatic relations. Because, Mr. President, the amity between the two governments extends further between to their police agencies, the National Police Agency of Korea and the Philippine National Police. When I was then a police officer, I remember that every time there is a international gathering in Korea where there is a threat on terrorism, I was always invited by the Korean National Police Agency to be there. Like, for example, the hosting of the Asian Games, the hosting of the APEC plus South Korea, APEC, the APEC. I was always invited, and I was very happy to be part of those events as far as maintaining peace and order and quelling the possible threat of terrorism. And I always volunteer. Every time there's an event in Korea, I always volunteer to be there because I like very much their, they always offer me, Mr. President, my favorite dish, the fish bibimbap.
Fish bibimbap.
I like that food all the time, Mr. President. So that's it, Mr. President. I have wholeheartedly support this particular measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Temp is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized. This is not the second round, Mr. President.
Yes, no, definitely.
But it's,
Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator
Thank you.
Lauren Legarda is
It
recognized.
is important, thank you, Mr. President, that we set the record clear and straight that the foreign trade agreement is not yet up for concurrence in the Senate.
Yes.
In fact, it has not yet been ratified by the Philippine government. And therefore, we urge the executive department to please ratify the agreement, because I believe that there are agencies of government which have not submitted the certificates of concurrence, and that includes the Department of Agriculture, and I believe that the Department of Trade and Industry, the Bureau of International Trade Relations, has already submitted the FTA package to several government agencies. So both the DTI and the DFA have to secure the certificates of concurrence of the other departments within the executive. Until such time, we consider the trade agreement not yet ratified, and they must transmit it to the Senate so that the Senate will have jurisdiction over the FTA, and I'm certain our chair of the Foreign Relations Committee would conduct a hearing, and I'm certain with the support that all our colleagues have for our relations with this country of 75 years, we will be able to pass it. So I just wanted to put that on record, and therefore to urge the executive department on our 75 years of relations to speed up the certificates of concurrence. I hope this does not happen to what happened to a treaty we had with UNESCO, which has been languishing in the archives of government for 20 years before Senator Marcos conducted the hearing, not because we were late, but because the transmittal to the Philippine Senate was delayed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Yes, we had that discussion on that, our distinguished colleague, this afternoon before they came down to the session hall. The delays with the national government, and we hope that the national government agencies will already submit their certificates of concurrence to this free trade agreement, and therefore submitted eventually by the DFA to us here in the Senate, so that we can act with dispatch on this. You will have our full support, Ambassador, that we guarantee you. We will lobby to each and every senator for this
Let me
agreement.
also state into the records, Mr. President, that this representation would like to join you as our Senate leader and Senate President Pro Temp in urging and appealing to our friends from the executives. Mr. President, Senator Bongo would just like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech. Meanwhile, Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and
Thank
Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is very short, Mr. President, but I hope my simple, not even a speech, no, my simple story will manifest my personal relationship with Korea and as the Senate as well. I think I'm the only senator, Mr. President, who has hiked and slept on top of a mountain in Korea, Soraksan. I was there even before I was a senator. I hiked there. I had to put on maybe 3 layers of jackets, and but after you hike, it's a very difficult hike, and eventually you'll take it out, and then if you stop to eat, you put all your jackets on again. And when we got to the peak, Mr. President, it was the first time I experienced that they have like, they look like container vans. It's totally enclosed, but when you open it, that's where all the hikers sleep. And then everybody's eating kimchi, and I never ate kimchi before, but everybody's just eating kimchi, so I had to eat kimchi. And we slept on just elevated wooden planks next to all the Koreans there. And I almost missed that, Mr. President, because during our hike, it was getting dark, and I did not know, and of course the signs were in Korean, maybe now there's English, but this was more than 20 years ago. I almost missed that wooden shed. I didn't know what it was, so we would have gone up if not for our companion calling us that that's where we're going to stop and sleep for the night. And then the following day, to be sure that we don't get lost, we were accompanied by our new Korean friends down the mountain, and at the very end, we ate the freshest bibimbap I ever tried in my life. And I think no one in the Senate has such a personal experience as I have had. And it is my dream that I will be invited to do that again one day, Mr. President. So on that note, I, of course, express my deep support for the continued diplomatic relations with South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Thank you. Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose any amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 964, subject to style.
There being no objection, from our distinguished colleagues, proposed Senate Resolution number 946 is hereby adopted by the Philippine Senate. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with the permission of the body, I move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a few minutes suspension to allow the ambassador to accept a copy of the resolution from the presiding officer at the rostrum, to be joined by our distinguished colleague, Senator Gatchalian, the author of the resolution. And after that, may I also extend an invitation to our colleagues to gather later at the rostrum with our Senate President and the Ambassador Lee. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection, motion is approved. Senate suspended for 1 minute.
At this juncture, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 806. This is the resolution recognizing and commending Dr. Carmencita Padilla. I so move, Mr. President.
Are there being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution recognizing and commending Dr. Carmencita Padilla for receiving the Order of National Scientist Award.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, our chairperson of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator Pia Cayetano. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig, Pateros, and Republic of the Philippines, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to sponsor Senate Resolution number 806, recognizing and commending Dr. Carmencita Padilla for receiving the Order of National Scientist Award. On 31 August last year, Dr. Carmencita Padilla received the Order of National Scientist Award, Order ng Gawad ng Pambansang Alagad ng Agham, the highest national recognition given to a man or woman of science in the Philippines. Dr. Padilla demonstrated academic excellence as she graduated cum laude BS Pre-Medicine at the University of the Philippines in 1976. She was an outstanding graduate at the UP Manila when she took her medical degree in 1981. She's a pediatrician with a subspecialty in clinical genetics. Dr. Padilla has made significant contributions in public health through medical research, particularly in the development of genetic technology, which played a crucial role in the passage of key health measures. I have worked closely with her on various landmark health legislation, but I'd like to add a personal note, Mr. President. I met Dr. Carmencita Padilla before I became a senator, when my father was a senator, because, and I hope I remember this correctly, I had consulted with her because I was pregnant and diagnosed my unborn child, I was told had a genetic condition known as trisomy 13. So I believe I met her when I was still pregnant. And she told me that when I give birth, we can talk further about the condition of my child. So eventually, I met with her. My son eventually passed away, but we had forged a personal relationship. And so soon after that, because my son was born in 2000 and he passed away in 2001, she had already started working on the Newborn Screening Act and was literally, you don't do justice to the word lobbying when I talk about a scientist, a doctor who is trying to really educate legislators and policymakers on the importance of a measure. But in any case, that's what she was trying to do. And so because we had a personal relationship, I was the one who explained to my father the importance of the newborn screening bill that Dr. Padilla was pushing for. And so this actually passed in 2004, just before, my father had already passed away, and then that year I became a senator. And then we had worked on implementing this law, and then a few years later, we started discussing the rare disease bill that in 2016 became a law. This representation had the privilege of working with our distinguished recipient of this award during those times. And later on today, we will also acknowledge other supporters and beneficiaries of the Rare Disease Act that we had passed. In addition, with funding support through our initiatives with the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Senator Angara, Dr. Padilla led the establishment of the Newborn and Rare Disease Continuity Clinic in the country, which provides lifetime support for patients diagnosed with rare diseases regularly or after newborn screening. I'd like to point out, Mr. President, that because of the Newborn Screening Act, thousands of infants all over the country have been saved from intellectual disability and death because early recognition of their conditions can literally save, if not their lives, the course of their lives. Dr. Padilla spearheaded the establishment of the Philippine Genome Center, a multidisciplinary institution that combines basic and applied research for the development of health diagnostics, therapeutics, DNA forensics, preventive products, and the improvement of crop varieties in the country. Dr. Padilla demonstrated compassionate leadership and dedication in pursuit of honor and excellence as the former Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Manila. She pushed for innovative ways for the delivery of health sciences and medical education to our scholars ng bayan, and at the same time led the establishment of various medical and laboratory facilities that cater to patients of the PGH from other hospitals in the country. Dr. Padilla's contributions to public health, particularly in the fields of medical research, education, and legislation, continue to inspire and uplift the lives of Filipinos all over the nation. It is our pleasure and it is our honor to support scientists like Dr. Padilla as they help continue the growth of our research and the development of society. She is, needless to say, a beacon of hope and of light for young girls as we celebrate Women's Month. And so once again, it is my pleasure, Mr. President, to sponsor this resolution honoring Dr. Padilla as a national scientist of this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, Senator Sani Angara is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized to co-sponsor the measure, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Aurora and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader and dear colleagues. I'd like to join Senator Cayetano in commending Dr. Carmencita or Menchit Padilla, who we've known for many years, and we have collaborated with her on several occasions towards the improvement of the Philippine healthcare system. And her expertise and insight have proven to be important in many critical initiatives, such as during the creation of the Institute of Human Genetics at the UP National Institute of Health, the enactment of Republic Act 9288, or the nationwide newborn screening program, the enactment of the Rare Diseases Act of 2016, the establishment of the Philippine Genome Center, or PGC, which was instrumental in the fight against COVID-19, and these achievements alone are enough to garner her the distinction of being a national scientist. But we'd like to take this opportunity to highlight her immense contribution to some of our current work, Mr. President, specifically during our hearings and technical working group meetings on the new Government Procurement Act, and many of our resource persons are here present today, and we thank them personally and officially for their many contributions. And as well as Dr. Padilla was also here during our recent hearings on economic amendments to the Constitution, Mr. President. At masasabi natin na madiin niyang ipinaglaban ang pagkakaroon ng mas mabilis na public procurement process para umigting din ang kakayahan natin sa research and development and innovation. Isinulong din niya sa pagdinig sa economic charter change ang kahalagahan ng pagpapalakas ng ating kakayanan sa agham at teknolohiya para maabot natin ang kaunlaran. And we thank her and her colleagues for that. Maraming salamat, Dr. Padilla. Mabuhay po kayo at nabibigyan po kami ng pag-asa. You are a true scholar ng bayan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I be allowed also to just give a short co-sponsorship speech, Mr. President?
Yes, please
Thank
proceed,
you.
Majority
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, esteemed guests. Let me put into the records of this August Chamber my sincerest thanks and gratitude also as I join our dear colleagues, Senator Pia Cayetano and Senator Sani Angara. I am honored to co-sponsor Senate Resolution number 806, recognizing and commending Dr. Carmencita Padilla for receiving the Order of National Scientist Award, the highest recognition given to a man or woman of science in the Philippines. Mr. President, she is no stranger to us, and I'd like to put into the records that this representation actually supported her when she ran for Chancellor of UP Manila. We also recently honored her along with other UP President Edgardo J. Angara Fellowship awardees as partners of the Education Commission too. And I can see, of course, Commissioner Sani Angara, Commissioner Pia Cayetano, and Chairperson Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Mr. President, as we celebrate this month, Women's Month, this March, we celebrate and recognize the achievements of one remarkable woman, Dr. Padilla, who showed decades of excellence and commitment to her field. She is an important figure in the country's public health, a role model for young girls who dream of pursuing careers in science. Again, Mr. President, our heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Padilla at maligayang buwan ng mga kababaihan po. Maraming salamat, Mr. President, at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos. Mr. President, this juncture, Senator Lauren Legarda, our Senate President Pro Tem, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to associate myself with the resolution of Senator Pia Cayetano and my esteemed colleagues in recognizing an exemplary Filipino doctor and scientist for the highest award ever available. I think it was more than 20 years ago that Dr. Carmencita Padilla came to this very hall when the late Senator Juan Flavier was a chairman of the Committee on Health, and he was seated here where Senator JV is seated, and I was then Majority Leader where Senator Villanueva was seated, and Dr. Padilla used to come here, and indeed, she was lobbying for the measure of the Newborn Screening Act, which admittedly, in my first term since 1998, I was not very familiar with, but when she explained the importance of newborn screening, na nakikita na po ang mga sakit ng bata sa pagpanganak pa lang ba o sa iilang buwan pagkapanganak ay maaagapan ang kanilang mga sakit. Kaya napakahalaga ng batas na ito. It was enacted more than 20 years ago after much intense debates. And we, as non-doctors, not medical professionals, but lawmakers, would not have known the importance of this measure had it not been brought to our attention by Dr. Carmencita Padilla more than 20 years ago. So this is also in loving memory of colleagues like Senator Juan Flavier and the father of Senator Pia Cayetano, who was with me as just one of the 5 in the minority then, Juan Flavier, Rene Cayetano, the late Senator Barber's this representation, and the minority leader was Senator Tito Gingona, who is still very much alive. Kaya maraming salamat, Senator or Dr. Carmencita Padilla, sa pag-educate mo sa amin, hindi mga doktor, except Senator Juan Flavier then, who I think principally authored and sponsored the measure. And I know that in all government hospitals, public hospitals now, and I hope this is funded and implemented in all hospitals today. So congratulations, Dr. Carmencita Padilla.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Mr. President, Senator Bong Revilla wanted to just insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech. Also, Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Nueva Ecija, Camarines Norte, adopted son of Mindanao, Senator Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Gusto ko lamang pong mapabilang sa pagkilalang ginagawa kay Dr. Carmencita Padilla sapagkat ito po ay napakamakahulugan, lalong-lalo na po na atin pong ipinagdiriwang ang National Women's Month. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat po.
Yes, Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or propose any amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 806, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, Majority Floor Leader, proposed Senate Resolution number 806 is hereby adopted by the Philippine Senate. Congratulations to Ma'am Carmencita Padilla for this resolution.
Thank you,
and of course,
Mr.
to all the
President.
sponsors.
Yes, Mr. President, may I move that all members of the Senate be made authors of this resolution, co-authors of this resolution.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion, all members are made.
May I ask for a minute suspension to allow our guests to receive the commendation, Mr. President.
Yes, session suspended
Thank
for
you.
1 minute.
President, with the permission of the body, Senator Pia Cayetano would like to avail of the privileged hour. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. March 3 is the anniversary of the Rare Disease Act, which this representation principally authored and sponsored. Presidential Proclamation 1989, series of 2010, established the 4th week of every February as National Rare Disease Week. The last day of February of every year is Rare Disease Day. What is a rare disease? The WHO defines a rare disease as an often debilitating disease or condition with a prevalence of 0.65% to 1%. Our law, the Rare Disease Act of the Philippines, refers to it as disorders such as inherited metabolic disorders and other diseases with similar rare occurrences as recognized by the DOH upon recommendation by the NIH, but excluding catastrophic, like life-threatening, serious debilitating, or serious and chronic forms of more frequent occurring diseases. So, in layman's term, Mr. President, rare nga siya, bibihira siya, kokonti lang ang may ganyang sakit. And what happens is there is also very little research that allows them to find life-saving interventions, whether the interventions would be food, kasi minsan it's just food, medicines, or other kinds of treatment. There are not enough pharmaceuticals or even other entities that invest in finding solutions for those who have rare diseases. As of 2023, the Philippines has identified 156 conditions, or 1 in every 20,000 individuals. I actually authored this act, Mr. President. It's a 2016 act, but again, our honorary Dr. Padilla is really the brainchild behind this. It is very technical, so she was the one who worked on this so that we would have a law that aims to improve the availability of comprehensive medical care for patients diagnosed with rare diseases. I would like to mention, Mr. President, that we have with us a few of patients of Dr. Padilla. But before I go there, let me ask that a video be played. It's a very short video of Juan Magdaraog, who is actually with us, to just say a few words about his condition.
Right before I was able to officially diagnose when I was 16 years old, but we were able to go to San Francisco, and then we found out that it's another disease. It's called form-based disease. Despite having a rare disease, given the right opportunities and the right support, I was able to finish my school, work, be a productive member of the society. We need the right support from government and the community to give us a chance. It doesn't mean that if you have a rare disease that you can't make a difference and you only know until you try and until you do your best.
Yes, Mr. President, that is Decoy, who is he here? That's Decoy over there. As described by Dr. Padilla, he's practically paralyzed all over. Practically because obviously he can speak, so he can use that function, a little bit of movement on his fingers. But despite that, he is a productive member of society, contributing to GDP and our economy. Dear colleagues, you will be able to taste his culinary efforts because I regularly purchase his cuisine, which is chicken pie, key lime pie. It's my favorite. And I encourage all of you to try it because I need not sales talk this, masarap talaga. Despite, and in addition to that, Senator JV, I want him to know that he is also a seller of collectible watches. As to why I'm mentioning it to you, wala lang, baka gusto mong bumili ng relo. And then he is also a digital expert giving advice and consultancy in the digital realm. So if you have projects, and this is just decoy, Mr. President, no? I know that his mom, who is there, Cynthia, she's very active. Please stand. She has been a partner of Dr. Padilla, reaching out to other parents and helping them have the courage to seek the kind of support that they need for their children. And it's because of this whole of society approach, government, because of our chairman, Senator Sani Angara, were able to put budget for the Rare Disease Act implementation. And on that note, also the newborn screening. No, this is for rare disease, but the newborn screening, in a way, has some similarities in the sense that if you can diagnose, then you can treat ideally. Not all rare diseases have treatment. Along with decoy here are just a few other patients, just so for us to see, to see the faces to these people who deal with this day to day. So may I call on Zia Nicole? Who's Zia? Ayan. This is Zia. She has a metabolic condition leading to motor and cognitive delays. It is a 6-pyrovoyl tetrahydroprotene synthase 6-PTPS deficiency. And there is Janelle, who is 10-year-old girl from Laguna with phenylketonuria PKU that leads to developmental delays and behavioral problems. And then there's Sean Liam, who is the younger sibling of Janelle and is currently 3 years old. He also has PKU. And there's Louise Franzine, who has maple syrup urine disease. But because of its proper management, she is now normal condition. And she delivered, ayan, that's her. So she has already delivered her own baby, and the baby does not have this condition. So there are happy stories despite the sad stories, and we were happy that they are happy to share their story with us. Very quickly, Mr. President, my son, Gabriel, had a rare disease. I actually did not know until years after he died that his condition is considered a rare disease. All I know, during the time na wala pang internet, during a, a routine checkup with my OB-GYN, she told me that I wasn't gaining enough weight. And so at that time, it wasn't really routine to have an ultrasound, so she asked that I get an ultrasound, and that's where it revealed that my unborn child had a cleft lip and tumors in his kidney. That's what was shown in the ultrasound. And that was the beginning of many tests, etc. And I had to go to the US to have an amniocentesis because they don't do it here. Do they still not do it here? So I don't know, that's an issue I leave to the experts, because being able to have that amniocentesis prepared me for the reality of what I was going to face. So my son was born on December 4, 2000, and he lived for 9 months. And the early diagnosis helped prepare me emotionally and mentally for this condition. So that's something I think we should look into. Anyway, I never knew that that was called a rare disease until years later when we were talking, and I said, is my son's condition, which is called trisomy 13, a rare disease? And Dr. Padilla said, yes, it's considered a rare disease. So I didn't even know at the time I was pushing for this bill that it's something that I personally had experienced. Anyway, Mr. President, this is all tied up to SDG 3 on good health and well-being, which no less than the WHO Director General says, the vision of the Sustainable Development Goals is a world in which no one is left behind. And that includes people who suffer from rare diseases. So on that note, I thank our colleagues for the time to take a look at this issue, and even just having them here, we already got so much input and support on the need to provide more financial support, on the need also to help the community who are thriving to be productive members of our society. So thank you so much for the time that you have given the Senate to understand this issue better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I refer this, the privileged speech of our dear colleague, may I just put into the records that I sincerely understand and commiserate with our dear colleague, and also wanted to state for the record that if there's anything, really, anything we can do, Mr. President, in order to help our kababayans, especially our children, our young people, whom we believe is actually the hope of our nation. We are actually ready to even walk the extra mile, Mr. President. And Senator Coco and I are talking about as to how we can improve ourselves as senators, not just as fathers or individuals, but as senators, on how we'll be able to help out and understand the real issue at hand, Mr. President. So we thank our dear colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, Senator Risa Ontiveros is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. Briefly, I would just like to share a word of solidarity with my sister, Senator Pia. Tuwing ikinikwento mo yung bahaging yun ng kwentong buhay mo tungkol sa anak mong si Gabriel, I'm sure hindi lang ako yung naluluha dito sa mga kasama. I just want to thank you for sharing the story again in aid of supporting other families to help and love and serve their children better and better over time. Nagpapasalamat din ako, Mr. President, kay Dr. Carmencita Padilla, whom the gentle lady from Taguigan Pateros has led us in honoring for her life's work with these families, to walk the extra mile that the majority leader mentioned, out of sheer love, unconditional love for their children. At maraming salamat sa mga pamilya who are here today, not only for themselves, but for other families and other children, gifts to our society, and for continuing to teach us in the Senate how we can support them to also achieve their full potential as human beings and as Filipinos. Huli, Mr. President, napagtulungan na rin po namin ni Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel yung ilang mga panukalang batas natin dito sa Senado, together with persons with disabilities and their families. And I'm sure Senator Pia is well aware of these also, but I know, Mr. President, we will continue to devote our energies para isulong yung mga ito, yung tungkol sa National Action Plan for persons with disabilities and their families, at yung panukala din tungkol sa Disability Support Fund. So just deep thanks all around to the people who have made today so special for the Senate. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. President, with that, I move that... Oh, Mr. President, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is also
Our
seeking the floor.
distinguished
I move
minority
that he
floor
be
leader,
recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our colleague, I said that if she could give us more specifics as to this subject matter of her privileged speech, Mr. President, with the permission of our colleague. May I proceed, ma'am?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Senator Pia Cayetano mentioned the law which she authored, no? So I forgot the number, pero there is a law. May we know the title, the title of the law?
Rare Diseases Act of 2016.
So we already have the law, the Rare Diseases Act, and then may we know what are the salient points of the law, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. What's very important here in the law is that well, of course, it may go without saying, but we do recognize them as persons with disabilities with all the benefits that fall under the definition of persons with disabilities, which is covered by a separate law. And then it requires the different government agencies to provide support. There's DSWD that is mentioned, even DOLE. And I know the line of questioning of the minority floor leader will lead to that. So anong ginagawa nitong mga to? Senator Joel's favorite agency. I can see the big smile on his face. Let it be put on record. The DOLE is actually required to adopt programs that promote the availability of opportunities for work and employment of able persons with rare diseases. In addition to that, Mr. President, well, there is the technical side of the work that must be done by DOH, which is perennially updating this list of persons with rare diseases. This may also be an opportunity to say that we are, Dr. Padilla, sadly, very reliant on international standards in determining also discovering and determining what are these rare diseases. So it would be very nice. I don't even know if there are other Asian counterparts to the work we're doing, but if there's anything that we can do, including more research, because really there's really a lack of research on what are the solutions and the interventions that can be done for many of these patients. But we have enough, well, our Doktor para sa Bayan, if I may mention, of course, contributes to that. It's up to the likes of Dr. Padilla to recruit them into their work. But one of the important things, I'll just add newborn screening as well, is also to identify and to recognize these conditions early on. Because ano naman maitutulong natin kung hindi? And if we will only rely on geneticists like Dr. Padilla, konti lang kayo. I don't know how many geneticists do we even have in the country. 20. We have 20 geneticists in the country. So, but what they have done is that they've created programs so that the various clinics that we have empowered have the ability to address those conditions. I'll read it into the record if that's okay with the minority floor leader. So, under the law, patients highly suspected of or diagnosed with a rare disease shall be referred to a newborn screening continuity clinic to ensure the early detection of that rare disease. So tied up talaga yung Rare Disease and the Newborn Screening Act. And then the DOH, with the assistance of NIH, shall develop a system to train a sufficient number of medical specialists to diagnose and manage persons with rare diseases. So,
Sige
yun.
po. So I think our colleague for pointing out the salient features of the law. Siguro when the committee to which this speech will be referred will conduct the hearing, Mr. President, parang we perform our oversight function and find out how the law is being implemented. So, pero yung meron po tayong mga pasyente po rito or mga persons with
rare diseases.
With rare diseases. Oh. So they're young, mga bata. So of course, yung families nila, the parents or the guardians, what government agency can they approach for, number one, guidance, number two, possible assistance, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, in 2022, I'll give you a very specific answer. In 2022, we funded the establishment of 66 clinics all over the country to provide lifetime support for patients diagnosed with rare diseases after the newborn screening. So the Newborn Screening Act is already happening all over the country, right, through various hospitals. And these 66 clinics are important to make sure that after may diagnosis, may continuing care. But this is an ongoing, this cannot be a one-time funding, Mr. President. So in 2023, we added support for the operations because na-establish na, and this was 28 million. And then in 2024, we had capital outlay for the continuity and satellite clinics across the country, only 5 million, Mr. President. I have to add, I've, having been a senator for almost, senator and 3 years in the House, so almost 20 years altogether, I have had the experience of working with secretaries who were not very keen on funding. And for me, my position has always been, pondohan kahit papano. Diba? Let's move it forward. I understand that these are rare diseases. If you're going to try to figure out how many children, how many families are affected, maybe it's not as many as those with cancer, but we still have to fund. They're still human beings. They're still Filipinos. So, yun lang sa akin. Kasi kung tuloy-tuloy, pa konti-konti, marami tayong ma-achieve, Mr. President.
So, and the funding for the Rare Diseases Act, although the law calls for national government agencies to provide support, but the main agency responsible for the implementation of the act would be the DOH. Is that correct, Mr. President? DOH?
So DOH and UPNIH, because like ito pong establishment of clinics, the system that was going to be put in place was Dr. Padilla's program, and having been
Institute for Health.
DOH ang main, but NIH assists. Okay.
Yes,
DOH ang main and NIH assists.
So at least nakikita na po natin na, if a legislator wants to direct funding to help the execution or implementation of the Rare Diseases Act, you direct your funding to DOH and to
NIH.
the NIH, which is under the UP system budget.
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
President,
and
that
then
is correct.
And then what particular program po under the DOH, if just in case our colleague knows?
The rare diseases, they can just say rare disease as the budget.
For implementation of the Rare Disease Act, okay na po yun, Mr. President, under the general DOH budget. They will put that for the implementation. Kasi we already have funding there, the establishment of the clinic, support for operations, so
Sige.
we just
Sige,
add
I
it.
thought baka may
May
specific,
yeah,
baka
like
may specific
a division.
PAP,
I think that's still a
pro-
dream of, it's still a dream
So-
of Dr. Padilla to have a center.
So
for
kung
that.
walang specific na PAP, di ba? PAP yan, Program Activity Project. Ibig sabihin nun, naka-lodge lang yan sa secretary, and then we
no?
lobby.
Yeah.
We lobby
Yes.
for the exercise of discretion of the
Yes.
secretary. So,
But I have to say, Mr. President, that's probably why Dr. Padilla received the National Scientist Award, not just for her intelligence, no, and her titles, but she's very diligent in making her projects become a reality. Grabe tumutok yan. So pag yan nalagay dyan, hindi yan papayag na hindi magamit for the purpose it is intended.
sige po, Mr. President, I think we already got sufficient details from our speaker, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Siguro pag ma-hear na po ito ng committee, I just siguro call for the exercise of our oversight function. Bali, i-audit natin ang implementation of RA 10747, which is the Rare Diseases Act. So,
Yes,
I think
Mr. President, I look forward to that opportunity, as His Honor said, no? Let's do an audit. Thank you.
salamat po, Mr. President. Thank you to our
Thank
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you. Mr. President, with that, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Pia Cayetano and all the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the Committee on Health and Demography. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 60th Session, Wednesday, March 6, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Senator Rafi Tulfo would like to avail of the privileged hour. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, today I come before this body as a son of Isabela and as a Filipino. Isabela is a humble giant of the Cagayan Valley region, widely known as the Rice Bowl of the North. Its land area is about 1 million hectares, is mostly dedicated to the production of our country's food staple, rice. With that said, I also come before this body as a Filipino. Kasi gaya ng bawat Pilipino, 3 beses sa isang araw ko kumakain ng kanin. But rice is not just food to us. We value and respect it as a form of nourishment. Tinanim ito sa ating isipan ng ating mga magulang. Sino sa atin ang hindi napapagalitan ng nanay natin tuwing hindi naubos ang kanin sa plato? Kada butil ay mahalaga. And that is why I'm here today with the same passion as my mother para pagalitan ng mga taga-NFA. Ang nangyari po sa NFA o National Food Authority ngayon ay ang pag-aksaya sa napakahalagang bigas na sana'y nakalaan para sa mga nangangailangan nating mga kababayan. Ito ay nasasayang lamang kasi nagagamit ito para sa korupsyon. Ito mga inatasan natin na mga laga ng kaban ng bigas ay ang siyang nagnanakaw o nagpupuslit nito at binebenta sa mga traders para sila ay kumita. Mr. President, last week the Ombudsman suspended a battalion of NFA officials, a total of 139. The said suspension stemmed from the sale of 150,000 bags of NFA rice to traders as authorized by Administrator Roderico R. Bioco and Acting Assistant Administrator Engineer John Robert Hermano. This sale was without the approval of the NFA Council. This is not the mandate of the NFA. Una, ayon sa Rice Tarification Act, ang NFA ay taga-maintain ng buffer stock ng bigas para sa bayan at hindi pwedeng magbenta sa mga traders. Ulitin ko po, ayon sa Rice Tarification Act, ang NFA taga-maintain lamang ng buffer stock ng bigas para sa bayan at hindi pwede magbenta sa mga traders. And instead of selling to accredited market outlets of government agencies like the DSWD, Philippine National Red Cross, NDRRMC, LGUs, BGMP, among others, binenta sa mababang presyo ang NFA stock sa mga private traders at 25 pesos per kilo only. Under this circumstance, talo pong gobyerno at ang taong bayan na humigit kumulang na 112 million pesos. Ang ganitong kalakaran ay matagal na. Sabi ni Jason Cainglet, Executive Director ng Samahang Industriya ng Agrikultura o SINAG, ang korupsyon sa NFA ay isang open secret. Pero gulat na gulat ang mga taga-agriculture sector dahil ang mga opisyal ngayon ng NFA ay nagiging mapusok at lantaran sa kanilang mga iligal na gawain. Noon, may bidding at auction pa. Ngayon, wala na. At pumipili na sila ng mga traders na gusto nilang biyayaan. Mr. President, sa aking pag-iimbestiga, ang lumutang ng mga pangalan ay mga NFA rice sales official na sina Alwin Uy, Charles Salingod, Max Torda, at isang nagangalang Navarro. At siyempre, ang leader nila ay walang iba kundi si Administrator Bioco. Paano po ba ang modus nila? Una po, nakakabili sila ng palay sa mababang halaga na 24 pesos at may dagdag na 2 pesos subsidy from the LGU bilang bahagi ng Palay Marketing Assistance Program for Legislators and Local Government Units o POLGO. So, nakukuha po ng NFA ang palay sa halagang 26 pesos. Tapos, ito po ipagigiling nila and they will pay it in kind or with rice mill products. Pagkatapos, itong Office of the Administrator ay maghahanap ng stocks na pwede nila ibenta. Inuutusan niya itong si Director Alwin Uy at Charles Alingod to identify stocks and instruct the Quality Assurance Officer to issue a laboratory analysis report na magdedeklara na ang good stocks ay wala na sa maayos na kondisyon. At pag nakuhanan na ng mga lab report itong mga bigas na ito, Administrator Bioco and a certain Navarro will ask Alingod and Uy to negotiate the sale price to private millers. At sila na rin po ang kokolekta ng patong on behalf of Bioco and Navarro. At pag nagkasarahan na, they will issue rice sales to the millers gamit ang mga lab report na nagsasabing not fit for human consumption kuno upang mapababa ang presyo ng mga ito. Grabe ng garapalan sa NFA. Imagine, nagbebenta ng 150,000 bags of good rice, tapos yung mga nangailangan na ahensya, tinitipid nila. Ito po ang ginawa nila sa probinsya kong Isabela. Governor Rodolfo Albano informed me that after requesting to purchase 10,000 bags of rice from NFA for their constituents para sana sa mga PWD, tanod, farmers, at fisher folks. Pinagbigyan na sila sa 5,000 bags na sa huli ay naging 3,000 bags na lang. Sos Mario Jose. Tapos po, Mr. President, ang nagpa-prioritize sa itong mga private traders. This is contrary to the PALGO program where LGUs even subsidize itong pagbili ng NFA ng palay sa mga farmers. Ang mga LGU under the PALGO program ay qualified to participate as buyers of NFA rice. It is supposed to enable palay farmers to maximize their income and at the same time assist legislators and local government units in sourcing the rice requirements intended for their constituents. Mr. President, let me remind NFA of their mandate. It is supposed to procure palay locally and maintain the optimal level of buffer stock at all times, strategically located across the country. It shall manage efficiently and effectively the acquisition, quality maintenance, and disposition of the buffer stock during emergencies and calamities. And according to their website, among their core values are professionalism, service excellence, and accountability. That is what I want to demand from them. Show us this professionalism, service excellence, and accountability. Mr. President, I commend the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture for already filing a resolution seeking the investigation of this matter. And when time comes, I want these NFA officials to answer my questions. Number one, ano ang basis nitong NFA sa pag-declare nitong mga bigas na not fit for consumption? At kung ganon, bakit nagbebenta pa din sa private traders? Number two, alam ko po ang stock ng rice. According to SINAG, ay kaya ng mga 1 year kung nakastore ng tama. Bakit itong mga naibenta ay ilang buwan pa lamang ay for disposal na? Number three, bakit walang public auction itong mga disposal ng rice? What is the basis of the COA resolution na sinasabi nila? Number four, bakit talamak na ang ganitong kalakaran sa NFA? At bakit tuloy-tuloy lang sila kahit ang dami na nating pinasang batas para ma-regulate ang buffer stock ng bigas para sa bayan? At sa huli, kapag nakaharap ko na kayong mga taga-NFA, itatanong ko din kung anong tinatanong sa akin ng nanay ko nung bata pa ako. Bakit kaya nagsasayang ng bigas? And lastly, si Bioco po, during the House hearing, he said that there was no irregularity in the sale. He said with a straight face in the House, well, I challenge you, Mr. Boko, come here in the Senate and repeat that to me. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raffy Tulfo. Ako rin ay nalulungkot, Senator Raffy, bilang isang anak din na Isabela tulad ninyo, na Ako rin ang principal author ng anti-agricultural smuggling law noong 2016. Nung naipasa po natin yan dito, nag-shift naman to trading, to cartel, and profiteering. So hopefully, pag naipasa po natin itong anti-agricultural economic sabotage, kailangan talagang maparusahan ang mga tulad nitong NFA administrator. So maraming salamat sa iyong paglabas nito bilang pagsuporta sa ating pong mga magsasaka. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also would like to be associated with the privileged speech of our dear colleague, Senator Rafi Tulfo. With that, Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Tulfo to the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigation and the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There be none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary is now directed to read the reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate number 2590, declaring the 22nd of May of every year a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Australia Friendship Day. Senator Pimentel III.
Referred to Committees on Culture and the Arts, Foreign Relations, and Finance.
2591, an act to declare December of every year as National Volunteer Month in the entire country, amending RA 9418 by Senator Tolentino.
Referred to Committee on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development.
2592, declaring the 23rd of July of every year as a special day for the commemoration of the Philippines-Japan Friendship Day. Senator Pimentel III.
Referred to Committees on Culture and the Arts, Foreign Relations, and Finance.
2595, providing for a system of people's initiative and referendum. Senator Pimentel III.
Yes,
May we know why
Minority Leader.
the referral for the bills on the declaration of special days is first referred to Committee on Culture and Arts. Why? Why Culture and Arts? And then secondarily to Foreign Relations, Mr. President. Hindi ba baliktad kung if ever? So,
As per minute
minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
During the break, Mr. President, this representation together with our minority leader agreed to just refer this particular measure or measures at hand in the Committee on Rules, Mr. President, so that we can study further and find out the best possible committee to lead the proposed measure, Mr. President. The Senate
Yes,
Minority Leader.
just a proposed amendment that can we also apply the ruling of the chair or the suggestion of the majority leader to all of the previous bills I filed of the same nature. At least we have filed at least 5 said bills, Mr. President. So if we can just all refer them now to the Committee on Rules so that after study by the committee led by the majority leader, they can be referred to the proper committee.
Yes,
I would make that a formal motion, Mr. President, if that's the case. We join the sentiments and the intention of the minority leader to further study these particular measures in the Committee on Rules. So move, Mr. President.
If there are no objections, motion is approved. Please proceed.
Senate number 2595, an act providing for a system of people's initiative and referendum. Senator Pimentel III.
Refer the committees on electoral reforms and people's participation and constitutional amendments and revision of codes.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution number 954, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the reported import smuggling of 2 Bugatti Chiron sports cars into the Philippines with an end in view of abating the outright smuggling of luxury cars by introducing remedial legislation as may be necessary. Senator Gatchalian.
Refer the committees on accountability of public officers and investigations and ways and means.
955, urging the Senate Committee on Ways and Means to conduct an inquiry on the taxability of income payments to non-resident foreign corporations for cross-border services rendered to residents. Senator Gatchalian.
Refer the committee on ways and means.
956, directing the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform to lay the groundwork for an evidence-based consultative and comprehensive review of the implementation of RA 11203. Senator Ontiveros.
Refer to the committee on agriculture, food and agrarian reform.
957, resolution congratulating and commending the 10 awardees of the 2023 Philippine Resilience Awards for Women. Senator Legarda.
Refer to committee on rules.
958, congratulating and commending the 26 awardees of the 16th Ani ng Dangal Award. Senator Legarda.
Refer to committee on rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 214, jointly by the Committees on Finance, Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking, National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification and Reconciliation, Local Government and Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Senate numbers 2593, with Senators Cayetano P., Ontiveros, Tolentino, Revilla Jr., Estrada, Marcos, Angara, Pimentel III, Villanueva, Gatchalian, Villar M., and Legarda as authors. An act revising Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, and for other purposes. recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 556, 590, 618, 619, 692, 1023, 1123, 1802, 1803, 2272, 2466, and 2527, taking into consideration House number 9648, Senator Angara.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
215, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on Senate number 2594 with Senators Padilla and Tolentino as authors, and not creating 3 additional Sharia judicial districts and 12 Sharia circuit courts therein, and appropriating funds therefore, amending Articles 138, 147, and 150 of PD 1083 as amended, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2215, taking into consideration House number 8257, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
216, by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House number 8839, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Lee Duan Wang, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
217, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 6582, and not creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in Cabagan, Isabela, and appropriating funds therefore, amending Section 14 of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
218, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 6583, creating 3 additional branches of the RTC in the 10th Judicial Region in San Jose, Dinagat Islands, and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region in San Jose and Basilisa, Dinagat Islands, appropriating funds therefore, amending Section 14K and Section 30 of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
219, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 6584, creating 1 additional branch of the RTC to be designated as a special court for drugs cases in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Baybay, Leyte, appropriating funds therefore, amending Section 14I of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
220, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 8247, creating 4 additional branches of the RTC in the 4th Judicial Region in Calawag, Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending Section 14E of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
221, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 8248, creating 2 additional branches of the RTC and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 9th Judicial Region, City of Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur, appropriating funds therefore, amending Section 14J and Section 29 of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
222, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 8249, creating 10 additional branches of the RTC and 8 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 4th Judicial Region in the city of Antipolo, Province of Rizal, appropriating funds therefore, amending Section 14E and Section 29 of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
223, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 8250, creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 11th Judicial Region in Island Garden City of Samal and its city of Panabo, Davao del Norte, appropriating funds therefore, amending Section 14L and Batas Pambansa Bilang 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
224, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 8253, creating 1 additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Malaybalay, Province of Bukidnon, appropriating funds therefore, amending Section 29 of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
225, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 8254, creating 5 additional branches of the RTC in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Rosario and San Juan, Province of Batangas, appropriating funds therefore, amending Section 14E of BP 129 as amended, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate numbers 2242, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
226, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House number 8256, creating 3 additional branches of the RTC and 2 additional branches of the MTC in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in Navotas, Appropriating funds, therefore, amending Section 14D and Section 27 of BP 129 as amended. Recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
227, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 8258, creating 3 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 1st Judicial Region, in the City of San Carlos, Province of Pangasinan, appropriating funds, therefore, amending Section 29 of BP 129 as amended. Recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
228 by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 8259, creating additional branches of the RTC and Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region. In the City of San Juan, converting 4 branches of the RTC in Pasig City into 4 branches of the RTC in the City of San Juan. Appropriating funds, therefore, amending Section 14E and 27 of BP 129 as amended. Recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
229 by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 8260, creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in the 10th Judicial Region in Gingoog, Province of Misamis Oriental, and appropriating funds, therefore, amending Section 14K of BP 129 as amended. Recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
230, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance on House Number 8251, creating 4 additional branches of the RTC and 4 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in Ormoc, Leyte. Appropriating funds, therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14I and Section 29 of BP 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2560 under Committee Report number 204. This is the bill on the Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act, or AFASA. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2560 under Committee Report number 204 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing the objection, period of interpellation is now in order. Senator Mark Villar, our sponsor, and Senator Coco Pimentel, our Minority Leader, are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
With the permission of our sponsor, just a few clarificatory questions for today, Mr. President. Can we proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Mr. President. Sorry.
Mr. President, I have been informed by my staff that we already have laws that intend to protect the public against online banking and financial scams. Is this also the objective of this law, Mr. President? Of this bill, Mr. President?
Well, this gives additional teeth that are currently, and additional powers that are currently unavailable with the existing laws. Specifically, the ability of the BSP to suspend an account should it be found that there are any questionable transactions. So this bill, it would strengthen, and there are very specific powers that are needed in this bill that would allow the BSP and other investigative agencies to prevent the occurrence of these financial scamming.
We already have Republic Act number 11765, or the Financial Products and Services Consumer Protection Act, which is intended to protect the interests of consumers of financial products and services. We also have Republic Act number 11934, or the Subscriber Identity Module or SIM Registration Act, which mandates the registration of all SIM cards issued by telecommunication companies. We also have Republic Act number 10175, or the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, which has been the primary law that punishes illegal and abusive internet-related crimes, including financial cybercrime. So is this bill intended to amend any or all of the three laws, Mr. President?
This is intended to complement the existing laws. As these existing laws are focused on crimes and transactions involving the attacks on IT systems and infrastructures. The cyber crimes that are being committed, such as those of money mules and social engineering, are not limited to attacks on these IT systems, but are focused more on exploiting the individuals and their financial accounts. As such, a law that specifically penalizes these cyber crimes is needed to adapt to the emerging and continuously evolving schemes of these cyber criminals.
So are we introducing new crimes or offenses in the bill, Mr. President?
Yes, we are. The use of money mules is something that was not originally contemplated with these bills. So these are new circumstances that are arising, and they're being used as a means to perpetuate these crimes. So not only will it strengthen, it will also add penalties.
So may we know the new crimes or offenses being introduced in our bill?
Yes, we have what we call these social engineering schemes. So these are specifically designed, for instance, you have phishing, vishing, where they use voice or SMS to mislead potential victims. So these are acts that are mentioned in this new bill. They're such as there's a specific enumeration of what can be considered as money mules. It's in the bill. It's quite extensive, the definition, but basically it's a person who will be considered. It would be considered a mule if he obtains, receives, acquires, keeps, transfers, or withdraws money or funds or proceeds known or ought to be known through original diligence that the money, funds, or proceeds are derived from crimes, offenses, or social engineering schemes. So these social engineering schemes are mentioned in this bill, and these are the acts that we really have to create additional laws and increase and reinforce the existing laws in order to prevent it from occurring, as they're becoming more and more prevalent nowadays.
Section 4 of the bill, Mr. President, is about prohibited acts, and then it is structured this way. There is a subparagraph A, money mule, subparagraph B, social engineering schemes, and subparagraph C, economic sabotage. Are these three crimes, Mr. President?
These are three acts that are leading to the crimes. So money mules, money mules are basically a person or perhaps an account that is used in order to perpetuate the crime, and it's something that is defined in this law, and I think it's necessary in order for us to enforce the prevention of these acts. So also social engineering schemes. These are when people are falsely representing. They have a scheme to falsely represent themselves to potential victims. And then, of course, you have the economic sabotage, where it's also using these technologies to mislead people en masse in order to perpetuate a financial scam.
So a person who will be charged under paragraph A can no longer be charged under the other paragraphs, Mr. President?
They can still be charged. They can still be charged.
For the same act, Mr. President, for the same act, he can be charged under multiple sections of the bill, Mr. President.
Yes, one act can constitute two or more penalties, like for instance, buying an account, utilizing it. Utilizing an account is also another, an act that falls under a single category.
Can we have an example, Mr. President, of a specific act, Mr. President, which can fall under Section 4 under more than one paragraph, subparagraph, Mr. President?
Yeah, well, the act of opening a financial account under, for instance, this example, the act of opening a financial account under a fictitious name is a criminal act, and then opening or using the financial account in order to deposit, receive, keep, transfer, withdraw funds is also another offense.
So the act of, because, okay, there are two acts there, Mr. President. So the act of opening a financial account under a fictitious name is punishable under Section 4B1. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Opening a financial account under fictitious name is under 482, and then using or allowing the use of financial account in order to deposit is 4A1.
Yes, because, yes, thank you for that, Mr. President, because our example involves two acts, Mr. President, the opening and then the using, Mr. President. So if we go back to the Bangladesh, the hacking of the Bangladesh Central Bank, if you still remember that, so
Yes,
the money reached
Yes, I
the
see-
Philippines
I
through a
remember,
bank and then
yes.
through a
Parang money
all
laundering.
the way to a casino.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that a money mule? So under the general definition of a money mule?
I think it would fall under Section 5, social engineering scheme. Sorry. Wait, sorry, Section 4B. Sorry. Social engineering schemes. Yeah, and economic sabotage.
So for the Bangladesh episode, if should it happen under this bill, is punishable under Section 4B,
And possibly
1 or
C.
2?
Two, most likely two. Although I'm not familiar with all the details of the case, but I think I believe it would be B2.
But I think somebody was punished there, Mr. President, in the Bangladesh hacking incident. So
Yes, I believe there was.
yes, I think that somebody has been sentenced. So that means we already have existing law which covers the situation, Mr. President. So how will the
Well,
bill
perhaps-
change the
yes.
scenario?
Well, perhaps in that case, there are existing laws, but I think the purpose of this bill is really to enhance the penalties for this sort of these new financial scams that are coming into practice. Nowadays, there's a lot of use of SMS. There's the use of fake voice. There's the use of fake phishing, what is called phishing, the voice smishing, SMS. So there are so many different variants now of these scams that I believe we need a law that will specify the specific, that will be more specific in nature, so that the law enforcement agencies will not only be able to identify, but at the same time, they have additional powers as well, which is they can already, the BSP will have the ability to look into the accounts that are being used as money mules. So that's something that the power that they do not have now.
So that's one of the new ideas in the bill, Mr. President. So we
Yes.
are giving the BSP an additional power specifically to do what, Mr. President?
They can actually suspend an account for 30 days if should a responsible institution be able to say that there's a suspicion that there's an act being perpetrated. So they can act on a complaint. Right now, due to bank secrecy laws, they're not able to. If there's an occurrence of financial fraud, it stops with the account. They cannot look into it any further. But now, if there's a suspicion, they can suspend it for 30 days. But of course, and it can only be extended through a court order. But they have that power at least to suspend transactions.
Yes, thank you. The sponsor mentioned account in a responsible institution. So that, I guess that would go beyond a simple bank account in a bank. So ano pa po ang covered nung sa phrase na accounts with a responsible institution? Sa panahon ngayon, ano na po yung anong ibig sabihin nun?
We have e-wallets now.
E-wallets,
Yes, we have other instruments, financial instruments now aside from our accounts. I guess that's why it's important that we create this law so that we can update, given all the new financial instruments that are digital in nature. I think there's a need to update the existing definitions and to give more teeth and more power to the institutions to enforce these laws against financial scamming.
Meron po ako narinig na balita na marami nagrereklamo na sa e-wallet nila sa popular payment ano ba tawag? Hindi yata platform, your app, popular payment na nababawasan daw. So is this one of the evils that we seek to address, Mr.
Yes,
President?
yes, and of course, in a lot of these scams, you have to deposit to a specific account, a suspected money mule account, but the BSP is unable to go any further, unable to identify who owns the account or what it was used for because of the existing law. So this law gives them the ability to at least look into these these financial instruments that are being suspected by a responsible institution of being utilized as a financial fraud medium.
Will the term financial fraud cover money laundering, Mr. President?
Yes, it does cover money laundering.
So hindi ito covered ng yung ating batas, existing law na Anti-Money Laundering Act, Mr. President?
Yeah. Yes, this is actually more responsive than the AMLA because they will. So what will be So the offenses that are covered by this will also be a predicate offense for the AMLA. For AMLA, it will also be a predicate offense. The offenses under this bill.
Predicate offense. Predicate offense. How does AMLA require predicate? Predicate offense. But if an account with a responsible institution is being used to launder money, will that be punishable under the Anti-Money Laundering Act, or it will be punished also, or it will now be punished under this bill if this becomes law, Mr. President?
I believe it will be for both. For both.
So, why are the e-wallets or the accounts with responsible institutions beyond the reach of the BSP as of the moment? Is there a law which which extends the concept of the bank secrecy, bank account secrecy concept to these accounts, Mr. President?
Yes. This one gives blanket authority. Yeah. I think this law will make the enforcement more fluid because it gives them blanket authority over checking these accounts. Now, of course, right now, actually, the e-wallet, they can instruct, but they can instruct the company to open it. But again, they can't look at it through and they can only do it one at a time. This gives the BSP a blanket authority. It allows them to really see the trail. It's very important to see the trail of transactions when it comes to these sort of offenses. There's really a money trail, and in order for them to find out, to really trace the perpetrator, it's necessary for them to speed up the process. It's necessary for them to have this blanket authority as provided for in this bill.
Kasi when I use this payment app, this popular payment app, which has an e-wallet, yun yung account doon, ano? The account in the payment app is called an e-wallet. That is not a bank account, it's an e-wallet. And then I think there's a announcement there that the payment app is supervised by, I don't know, under the jurisdiction of or regulated by the BSP. So I think the legal framework is already in place, Mr. President. So what specifically will this bill change with the current legal framework, Mr. President?
First of all, the additional powers it gives them is to actually suspend the account. That's something the BSP has no power.
The account.
Yes, to suspend the use of the account for 30 days while they're investigating. That's something that they have. Yeah, if there's a suspicion, they can suspend it so you can prevent them from committing any further transactions. So I think that's a very important aspect of the bill. Aside from that also, like I said, it serves to reinforce the existing and to define these financial scamming methodologies.
Under current law, involving a regular bank account under a bank supervised by the BSP, does the BSP have the power to freeze the bank account?
No, they do not.
Right now. So wala right
No,
now.
they have no powers to do that.
If this bill becomes law, kasama na rin
They
yan.
have to temporarily freeze the suspected account.
But if I remember correctly, in the Bangladesh incident, I think there was an instruction to freeze the account. But except that, the money was already transferred by the time the order was given, Mr.
I think
President.
I think it was through the AMLA, the Anti-Money Laundering Council.
So current law gives AMLA or the council the power to freeze a bank account, the use of a bank account, if there's a suspected, siguro very specific criminal activity, which is money laundering, Mr. President.
Currently, there's more procedures before they can. There are some procedures before they can suspend account. And they have to establish first a predicate for doing so. Predicate offense for doing so. So it's really it's a more tedious process. That while you're going through that process, they might be able to perpetrate more acts. So that is what we're seeking to prevent.
May we know what's happening, Mr. President, on the ground ba ngayon? Kasi Ako kasi I try to simplify my digital life, Mr. President. I just stick to one payment app, etc., and then one bank. So but what's happening on the ground now? What are the complaints by our citizens which we will address, Mr.
Yeah,
President?
you know, there's so many different types of fraud. I was just earlier today, I was speaking with a friend that, you know, they would fake these documents for online payments for a certain restaurant, and then you would pay, and it would go directly to some account or some e-wallet or some, and then eventually to some account. And it would look like a very legitimate document. They would copy a very legitimate document for a digital transaction. And then sometimes there's so many different versions of these, and it's becoming very prevalent. I think that's why there's a necessity for this law. And they evolve very quickly. So the sophistication of these, there's a high level of sophistication to these new scams. I think that we haven't seen in the past few years. And I think it's something that has to be addressed. There are people who, you know, they give their life savings, yung panggamot nila, yun ang ginagamit nila pambayad sa mga financial scams. So, nagiging talamak na po ang financial scam.
So the example of our sponsor is there is a web page, ganun ba yan? Web page.
That's one example.
Yes, one example.
And
pretending to be
preventing, for instance, when you order food online,
okay,
and fake a certain, and then you'll pay, but it doesn't go directly
Yes.
to it doesn't go directly. Your payment goes, the payment doesn't go to the restaurant. It goes
Yes,
directly to the
another-
person who
yeah.
pretends to be the restaurant. I mean,
Yes.
that's just one of many different scams. In the end, at some point, there is a financial trail that may lead to an account, and that's what we call a possible money mule. But of course, once it reaches that account, it stops there. Wala na. It's protected under existing bank secrecy laws. So the investigation has a hard stop upon reaching the account. So at least this gives the BSP the ability to at least suspend or look into that account, who owns it, and it doesn't become a dead end for the investigators.
So if the destination account happens to be a bank account, we are now empowering the BSP to freeze that account and temporarily for 30 days, and then
Well,
30 days?
30 days
And
maximum.
of course, during the 30 days, the BSP will have to do something, di ba? To look into the account.
Yes.
And then the trail. So are we in effect amending or lifting the bank secrecy law indirectly?
Limited, yes. In a limited way, yes.
Did we make it very clear in the bill that we are?
Yes, it's in the bill. The language in the bill states as such that it amends, grants an exception to the money, to the AMLA and the bank secrecy law.
Page. Well, is our sponsor referring to section 7,
7, line
page
8?
6?
Yes, 7, line 8 to
Yes,
12?
beginning on line 6 with the sentence, moreover.
Yes, correct. That's
For
correct.
purposes of the coordinated verification by the responsible institutions mentioned above, the provisions of Republic Act number 1405, otherwise known as the Secrecy of Bank Deposits Law, etc., shall not apply. So, that is for the purpose of coordinated verification. Now, what does that mean, Mr. President?
Verification of the nature of this account, if it's being used for a financial, or if it's part of a financial scam. To perhaps trace who the person is who's perpetuating the scam, and if indeed, yes, the trail of accounts, who's behind it.
Because the word used is, the words used are coordinated verification. Siguro mas, the important word there is verification. So it's limited to verification. I mean, the BSP still cannot look into the transactions of the account. So the bank secrecy law will not apply up to that extent, up to the point where the BSP will now verify who the real account
But I think that's
owner is or holder?
I think that's a major aspect, the verification of the account holders, a major component of the investigation. If, obviously, in order to move the case forward, there has to be some kind of, we have to have some knowledge of who this account, and to verify whether or not the account is just being, if the owner of the account is being used by some other entity, or whether the account owner himself is involved with the crime. So I think it's, when you say verification, just to find out who the owner is and what is the nature of their account, I think that's a very important part of what may be the investigation of a potential financial scam.
Is that the current interpretation and implementation of the secrecy of bank deposits law? That the BSP cannot even get the name or the information on the identity of the
Yes,
account
they cannot.
holder? They cannot.
They cannot.
Akala ko kasi sa you cannot look at the balance. You cannot look at the transactions, but even the name
Yes,
of the account
BSP
holder.
has informed us that they cannot.
Okay, so are we changing the rule only to that extent? Yan
Yes.
ba yung meaning ng coordinated verification, that at least the name of the owner or account holder will be revealed, Mr. President?
Yes. It's also in Section 12, wherein the responsible can coordinate with the BSP and law enforcement agency. So it'll be a coordinated response and a coordinated investigation. That's what I mentioned earlier. When it hits the account, because of the secrecy laws, it hits a roadblock. They can pursue no further because the identity of the owner is being protected.
So section, the sponsor is referring to Section 12, second paragraph, found on page 8 of
Yes.
our bill.
Yes.
The BSP shall have the authority to examine and investigate individual financial accounts, e-wallets, or other financial accounts which are involved in the prohibited acts and other offenses under sections 4 and 5 of this act. That's the first sentence of the second paragraph. So, will this sentence extend to the regular bank accounts that we are all familiar with, Mr. President?
Yes, it will.
So kasama na. Okay. So the BSP will now have authority to, when it's stated that to examine and investigate individual financial accounts, so not only to know the name of the account holder, but also to look at the current balance as well as the transaction history of the said accounts.
Yes, that is correct.
And that is precisely what, that's the essence, isn't that the essence of the secrecy of bank deposits law?
Yes, but that's why in a specific case where there is a specific suspicion of financial fraud, this law is granting an exception to that.
How is that suspicion raised, Mr. President, to the point that it should now be believed by the BSP?
It's defined here as a responsible institution, must be verified, must be the one who verifies the complaint. And again, it's not permanent, so there is a 30-day limit, and also whoever the respondent is or has the ability to object, they have the means to object to any acts that are like the BSP may commit with regards to the account. So there is some protections within.
No, it begins with the suspicion, Mr. President. So I'm interested in the suspicion. How is that process started, Mr. President? Ano page? Page 8? Hindi, yan yung ano. Yan yung pagtakbo mo. 25.
If you look at Section 7, there's a specific section with regards to that. Whenever responsible institution, and I quote, whenever responsible institution acting upon information from another responsible institution or upon a complaint from an aggrieved party under this act or upon finding its own FMS, suspects or has reasonable grounds to suspect that a transaction appears to be unusual, have no clear economic purpose, illegal, from an illegal source, or involves proceeds from an unlawful activity or instrumentalities under this act, regardless of the amount involved, such responsible institution shall have the authority within the period prescribed by BSP, which shall not exceed 30 days unless otherwise extended by a court of competent jurisdiction, to temporarily hold the disputed funds subject of the transaction. And then goes on further. So that,
Hindi po ba yung suspicious activity na concept nasa anti-money laundering law na po yan? So parang ang binago lang natin dito is regardless of the amount involved. So are we also indirectly now waiving the amount, the minimum amount or the threshold amount mentioned in the anti-money laundering law?
yeah, I think the money law, there's no threshold amount in this investigation. In money laundering, I think there's a threshold amount.
Yes.
Here, there's no threshold amount.
Yes. Will this not now amend the? Because if money laundering is one of the offenses which can be investigated, so are we now dispensing with the minimum threshold amount in the suspicious on the mandatory? I think the mandatory reporting yan eh.
Yes,
I think
yes.
that's a mandatory. So we are waiving that, Mr. President.
I think
Kanina to? Sa'yo?
I think when you talk AMLA, they have specific conditions. The 500 less than 500,000. This one is for a different purpose and has a different.
But it can cover money laundering, di ba?
Yes, if that's it can cover money laundering. If that's it can cover money laundering. It's a predicate offense.
Mr. President, may we be clarified on the predicate offense mentioned by our sponsor? Is this bill structured like plunder, Mr. President? There is a predicate offense, or like the old anti-terror law, where there are also predicate offenses? Is this how this bill is being structured? There is a predicate offense?
The predicate offense is where the money came from. Under
Predicate offense?
yeah.
Define it. It's a definition.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So basically, what happened is this law. It's added as a predicate offense to AMLA. It's also a predicate offense to the AMLA law. So it, in addition to.
Predicate offense in the sense that you can violate this bill, this law, and then you still violate the money laundering law. Is that being used in that concept? Mr.
Yes,
President?
yes.
Okay. But we are actually providing a new separate offense, Mr. President. Tama?
Yeah.
By
I think it's also important to know these specific financial scams are not identified under the existing AMLA laws, so there's not a predicate law as of now. So when you talk about phishing, vishing, smishing, they're not defined as a predicate offense in AMLA currently. So this, with now, they will become a predicate offense in AMLA.
predicate offense. Well, I think we need time to digest that input, Mr. President. Even the AMLA law will be amended, Mr. President, to that extent that there will AMLA money laundering will now require
Yes,
predicate
by adding
offense?
these as a predicate offense, you're in effect amending the AMLA law. I think, yes.
Okay. Yung po sa example ng ating sponsor na merong website na form representing itself to be like a restaurant website and then fake shop. What do you call that? Ano, just to update our terms. What do you call that? Is that phishing? Para lang po ma-updated po tayo sa mga terms ngayon.
That would fall under, I think, phishing is fake website, email, like that's
Fake web-
phishing, yes.
Phishing.
Phishing.
With the PH.
Yes,
Not
PH.
an- not an
Phishing
F.
is voice, smishing is SMS.
Ano yung voice? Phishing?
Vishing.
Okay. I think we need to spell out our words, Mr. President. Kasi mahirap. So Mr. President, is social engineering schemes, which is separate offense, is that or does that cover identity theft, Mr. President?
Yeah, depending on the scheme, it can be used as a form of identity theft because you're essentially portraying yourself as someone, obviously, that's not, that is a misrepresentation of
Someone who is now pretending to be somebody else or who steals the identity of a real person,
yes.
by doing so, is that already an offense and is that punishable under this bill? Or must there be a financial damage to the person whose identity has been stolen?
But is it existing in the law now? Is that illegal now? What happens if your account takeover? Is it under this law? Okay. Yes, under this law, if there's a account takeover, there is a specific specific penalty for that act because that's one of the major components of many financial scams.
So the account takeover is already punishable, even without financial damage to the account holder.
Yes, under this bill, willfully taking over someone's account is already a crime.
May we know the specific paragraph, Mr. President?
If you just give me a minute. Check this one.
Tignan mo kanina.
If you look at Section 4B, it's under social engineering schemes. Any person performing any social engineering scheme shall be penalized under this act, and social engineering shall be deemed committed when a person performs any of the following: makes any communication to another person by misrepresenting oneself as a representative of a responsible institution, or making any false representation to solicit financial account information that may result or resulted to account takeover. That's one.
Okay, so because something was fished from the account holder, which now allowed the account takeover. But if it's through hacking, with the criminal who took over the account did not need any information or cooperation of the account holder, but using technical means through hacking, is that also?
I think there in the cybercrime law, there's specific laws for hacking. That's already when I spoke earlier about specific attacking the IT infrastructure. That's the focus more of the cybercrime. But when you talk about these specific financial scams, it becomes more specific under this law, and it gives it.
Yes, so yun na nga, this will now thank you for that input, Mr. President. So it distinguishes now if it's through hacking that the account has been taken over, that's not what our bill punishes or envisions. That's already punishable under a different
under
law.
the existing
Ito,
cybercrime.
the account takeover was made possible because the offender
Used misrepresentation.
made something or
Yeah.
did something to secure, to get
Yes.
financial account information from the victim.
Yes, committed some kind of misrepresentation to get the.
So
it could be a voice. You could use a voice to pretend to be someone that's vishing, text, smishing,
Okay.
or email.
Or a combination, no? Kasi
Or
ang
combination of
AI
both.
ngayon, ano na eh,
Yes.
video,
You even have
voice
you
na.
have deep fakes.
Deepfake, yes, the
Yes.
deepfake, yes. So kasali na po rito
Yes,
yun.
yes.
But taking over an account is already an offense, kahit na wala pang financial damage to the person victimized.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Okay.
To make
Now, what if now the account is now used to, anong tawag mo doon? Ano yung financial damage to financially, the account, the takeovered account is now being used to financially damage the real account holder. Is that now a second or separate offense under our bill, Mr. President? Or is that punishable under a different law?
There's a Section 4A money mule that provides for that specific act when you use it when you've committed financial fraud with the account. So that's an additional offense.
What particular, because 4A has, how many subparagraphs also, Mr. President? I think 6 subparagraphs, Mr. President. So ang ating pinag-uusapan na scenario, through a social engineering scheme, tama po ba yun? Tama.
Yes.
Through a social engineering scheme, someone takes over the financial account of somebody else. Crime already under Section 4B. Now, wala pang financial damage dun sa ano eh. Now, if the perpetrator now uses the takeover account to enrich himself or to financially benefit to the detriment or to the damage, to the financial damage of the original account holder, is that another offense? And if the answer is yes, may we know what particular section, Mr. President?
Yeah. Each step of the way here is a punishable offense. So if you look at Section 4 under Prohibited Acts, A, money mule, it gives different acts that can be considered as a money mule, which includes opening a financial account under a fictitious name, selling one's financial account in order to receive, keep, withdraw, transfer, withdraw funds. So these are different offenses. These are different acts, different offenses.
Someone has taken over an account, so, and then will now use the control over the account to financially benefit. That's another crime, Mr. President?
Yes, I think under this act, each act defined under a money mule is a separate offense. Yes. And also separate from social engineering, which is.
So is our example the benefiting from the account taken over, is that punishable under Section 4A5? Is my interpretation correct, Mr. President? Is that under 5 of 4A?
Yes, for borrowing or using another person's financial account, regardless of the account owner's knowledge or consent to deposit, receive, transfer, or withdraw funds or proceeds, known or ought to be known by ordinary diligence that the funds or proceeds are derived from crimes, offenses, or social engineering schemes.
Is damage an element of the crime, Mr. President? Financial damage to the person whose account has been taken over?
Well, it says under here, there's some of them. No, it's not. And there are other offenses here, just the opening a financial account under fictitious name or. Yes. So it's not necessarily. It's not necessary. Yeah. To prove damage, it's not necessary.
Well, Mr. President, this is a very interesting bill, Mr. President, and a modern one at that, Mr. President, because the concepts are very modern. And this governs only the digital world, Mr. President. No? This bill will operate only at the digital level, Mr. President?
Yes, yes. The premise is this was designed for the digital world, for the digital scams.
Transactions,
Yes.
digital. Okay. So, Mr. President, I think this representation needs more time to to really understand the implications of all the sections of this bill, Mr. President, because I think not less than, how many laws yung magagalaw? Not less than not less than four laws are going to be affected, Mr. President, and the extent of the what is the extent of the effect? I do not know, Mr. President. Is it amended, repealed, or just temporarily not to be applicable? And these are the laws, Mr. President, specifically mentioned in Section 7. RA 1405, Secrecy of Bank Deposits Law. RA 6426, Foreign Currency Deposit Act. RA 8367, the Revised Non-Stock Savings and Loan Association Act of 1997. And then RA 10173, the Data Privacy Act of 2012. All four laws are mentioned in Section 7 as not applying, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we can provide you a matrix to specify what provisions affect these specific laws so that you can appreciate it faster.
So with that, Mr. President, may this representation request for additional time, or more time to study the bill, Mr. President, and if I could suspend my interpellation for the moment, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2560. I'm sorry, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of said measure is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, and with the permission of the body, our distinguished colleague from the great province of Camarines Norte and Nueva Ecija, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, would like to avail of the privileged hour. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is recognized to deliver his privilege speech.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ginoong Tagapangulo at sa ating pinunong mayorya at sa lahat po ng namumuno at lahat po ng kabilang sa bulwagang ito na bumubuo sa Senado ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Mabuhay po tayong lahat, mga kasama, kaibigan, kapatid, at kalaban. Sa init ng usapin na ito, natural lamang po na mayroon tayong makalaban sa paninindigan. Ang yumayanig ng mga kataga sa oras na ito ay ang contempt, warrant of arrest, objection, pagpipigil, pagharang. Ito po ang mga paksa natin ngayon. Ako po ay isang Muslim, inshallah. Ang relihiyong ko po ay Islam. Ang propeta ko po ay si Muhammad, sumakanya nawa ang kapayapaan. Ang karamihan po sa atin na narito ay Katoliko at Kristiyano at meron ding ibang denominasyon. Iba't iba ang pananampalataya natin. Ngunit sama-sama tayo ngayon dito sa bulwagang ito dahil tayo ay magkakasama sa gobyerno. Hinalal tayo ng taong bayan upang pagtibayin ang saligang batas na nagbibigay sa kanila ng proteksyon sa mga kalaban ng inang bayan. Wala pong kinalaman ang relihiyon o ating pananampalataya sa trabaho natin dito. Ang ating relasyon sa Panginoong may likha ay para lamang sa mga sarili natin. Ang posisyon na ating sinumpaang gagampanan ay nahubog sa kapayapaang inaasam ng taong bayan. Ang natatanging daan upang makamit ang katahimikan patungo sa pag-unlad ng kanilang mga buhay at kinabukasan. Ang kapayapaan sa ating inang bayan ay lagpas 50 taon nang binahiran ng karahasan, hindi lamang sa malalayong lugar, kundi sa ating mga syudad. 5 dekadang bumalot ng takot, pangamba, at huwad na pag-asa. Minsan nang nagkaroon ng karumal-dumal na ganap sa organisasyon ng armadong pakikibaka ng CPP-NPA. Libo-libo ang pinaniwalaang pinaslang dahil sa paghihiwalay ng doktrina ng Maoist at Leninist. Hindi ito nagkaroon ng formal na pagdinig diso sa sangay ng lehislatura at hudikatura. Naging matahimik ang gobyerno sa kasaysayan na ito. Ngayon po na muling nagkaroon ng panibagong yugto ang armadong pakikibaka, libo-libo ang nagbalik loob kasama ang tinatawag na teenage rebels, masa, pasabilis, magsasaka, maglulupa at manggagawa dahil sa pangako ng pangalawang pagkakataon na igagawad ng NTF-ELCAC. Noon pa man, kasama po tayo ng gobyerno na umiikot sa mga malalayong lugar upang hikayatin ang mga nailigaw ng landas at lumaban sa ating gobyerno. Nagtagumpay po tayo sa ating misyon at bilang pagpapalaganap ng magandang naratibong ito, nakagawa pa tayo ng pelikula upang magamit ito laban sa mga nagpapakalat ng propaganda na hanggang ngayon ay bumibiktima pa rin ng mga estudyante, mga bata. Isa na po rito ang pumanaw na si Hannah J. Cesista, isang abogado na kasama po sa mga napaslang sa engkwentro sa pagitan ng pamahalaan at mga rebelde sa Bohol. Itinampok po natin sa pelikulang pinamagatang Memoirs of a Teenage Rebel sina Ivy Lynn Corpin at Ira, anak ng isang commander, mga kababaihang naging biktima ng pamumulestya, pang-aabuso, panghahalay ng kanilang mga kasamahan sa kanilang organisasyon. Makailang beses na pong umalingaw-ngaw ang tinig ng mga babaeng biktima na ito dito sa loob ng bulwagan ng Senado sa mga isinagawang pagdinig po noong nakaraang Kongreso at maging sa kasalukuyan sa komite ni Senador De La Rosa ukol sa nagiging recruitment sa mga kabataan ng mga komunistang grupo. Sa likod ng mga kaganapang ito, meron pong isang tao na gumamit ng kanyang lakas, enerhiya at kasangkapan upang manindigan at magpakalat ng impormasyon kung bakit hindi nararapat na maligaw ng landas ang ating mga kababayan. Siya po ay si Pastor Apollo Kibuloy. Gamit ang network ng SMNI, siya lamang din po ang kaisa-isang pumayag na mag-ere ng pelikulang Memoirs of a Teenage Rebel upang makapaghatid ng mensahe sa mga kabataang tinatarget po upang maging bahagi ng armadong pakikibaka. Gayun din ang idinulot po nitong hudyat para sa NTF-ELCAC sapagkat nagkaroon po sila ng plataforma upang maihayag ang kanilang tagumpay sa inaatang na misyon sa kanila ng pamahalaan. Sapagkat hindi lamang military operations ang nais ng NTF-ELCAC, kundi makuha ang puso at isipan ng mga biktima ng armadong pakikibaka. Ayon po sa kanilang datos, sa 89 na aktibong guerrilla fronts noong 2018, sa kasalukuyan po ay mayroon na lamang 11 na kung tawagin ay weekend guerrilla fronts. Ang ibig pong sabihin, hindi na po sumusuporta dito ang mga dati nilang mga ground mass bases. Nobyembre 2020 pa lamang ay binibigyan na ng suporta ng SMNI ang nagbalik loob na magkaroon ng plataforma upang marinig ang kanilang mga tinig sa ating lipunan. Hulyo 2021, sa pamamagitan po ng programang Laban Kasama ang Bayan, libre at voluntaryo po ang pagbibigay ng suporta ng SMNI sa whole of government approach laban sa insurgency na isinusulong ng NTF-ELCAC. At noong Setyembre 2022, nagkaroon po ng formal na kasunduan ang SMNI at ang Philippine Army upang makapag-ere ng mahalagang impormasyon tungkol po sa tagumpay ng ating kasundaluhan at programa laban sa mga komunistang grupo. Nais ko pong bigyan diin, wala pong ni isang network sa ating bansa ang gumawa nito, kundi ang SMNI lamang. Wala pong leader ang gumawa nito, kundi si Pastor Kibuloy lamang. At hindi lamang po yun. Nung panahon na ang lahat ay tahimik sa usapin ng West Philippine Sea, tayo po ay isang linggong naglayag at nanahan sa Isla ng Kalayaan upang maghatid ng tulong sa ating mga kababayang naninirahan sa isla. Nagkaroon din po tayo ng pagkakataong makapagpatrolya sa karagatang sakop ng Isla ng Pag-asa. Kasama ang ating mga kababayang mangingisda, nakipagsapalaran po tayo sa dagat kanluran kung saan nakita mismo ng aking mga mata ang hirap ng kalagayan ng ating mga kababayang mangingisda. Tinawag ko po ang dokumentaryong ito na Isang Linggong Pag-ibig na aking inialok upang maiere sa mainstream media, maging sa mga government networks. Ngunit muli po, walang tumanggap kundi ang SMNI. Wala pong tumanggap kundi si Pastor Kibuloy, sapagkat siya po'y naniniwala na dapat mabigyan ng pangarangal ang mga mangingisdang Pilipino sa kanilang sakripisyo sa dagat kanluran. Ginoong Tagapangulo, hindi ko lamang po talaga maunawaan kung bakit paano nangyari sa isang programa lamang po ang may sinasabing paglamag sa pamamahayag, ngunit buong network ang tinamaan, buong network ang pinashutdown. Dahil sa desisyong ito, madamay pa ang iba pang mahahalagang programa at content na umeere po sa network, kabilang na po ang mga nilalamang pangrelihiyon o religious content. Malinaw naman pong pagsasagasa ito sa ating freedom of religion and freedom of speech. Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa puntong ito ay isa lamang po ang ating kahilingan para kay Pastor Apollo Kibuloy. Iyon ay mabigyan lamang natin, hindi po ng kapalit, kundi ng karampatang pagtrato ang naging serbisyo naman po ni Pastor sa ating bayan. Dagdag pa po nito, binibigyan pansin din natin ang mga banta sa personal na kaligtasan ni Pastor. Kahit naman po sino na nakararanas ng banta sa kanyang buhay, ay pipiliin ang pag-iingat sa paglabas sa pagpublikong lugar. Kaalinsabay pa po rito ang anunsyo ng Estados Unidos sa paghahain ng sakdal laban sa kanya. Natural lamang po na ingatan ng isang tao ang kanyang sarili kung nakakadama siya ng pag-atake mula sa iba't ibang puwersa at panig. Bilang paglilinaw, hindi po niya tinatalikuran ang obligasyong sagutin ang mga paratang sa kanya. Ang nais po niya ay sagutin ito sa tamang espasyo kung saan matatamo niya ang isang patas na pagdinig at paggalang sa kanyang karapatan sa due process. Higit sa lahat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo, ang akusasyon po laban kay Pastor ay nasa bakuran na ng kagawaran ng hustisya na kanilang isilasampa sa naaayong korte. Hindi na po magkakaroon ng saysay ang ating pagdinig sapagkat nasa kamay na po ito ng hudikatura. Nasa kanila po ang kapangyarihan upang magpataw ng desisyon at kung sino po ang inosente at kung sino po ang nagkasala. Hindi na rin po siguro kakailanganin pa na magkaroon ng hiwalay pang pag-uusisa ang dalawang sangay ng lehislatura sa mataas at malaking kapulungan na dagdag na isinasagawa ng ehekutibo sa pamamagitan ng kagawaran ng hustisya. Masyado na pong sa palagay ko ay magastos ito. Bilang pangwakas po, nais ko pong ihayag sa opisyal na record ang ating kahilingan. Ang mabigyan po ng konsiderasyon ang hiling ni Pastor laban sa contempt order ng Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality at mabigyan ng daan ang pagpapalabas po ng show cause order kay Pastor sa susunod na pagdinig. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, our Senate Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Tiberos, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Hindi ko po i-interpellate ang aking kasama dito sa Senado. Nais ko lamang po magbigay ng isang maikling manifestasyon kaugnay ng ibinanggit. At ang manifestasyon pong ito ay pagbanggit lamang uli sa ano ang status sa ngayon ng proseso ng pagdinig ng resolusyon sa ibinanggit na komite, ang Senate Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality. Ang status po doon ay 2 beses pong inimbita yung resource person. Inisyuhan din po ng sabpina ng Senado, pinirmahan ng Senate President. Kanila ring hindi pinaunlakan. Kaya ayon sa rules ng Senado sa pagkondukta ng investigasyon, 1 second, Mr. President. Ayon sa rules ng Senado sa pagkondukta ng investigasyon in aid of legislation, ay nirule ng chair para i-cite in contempt yung resource person at ipinahayag na hihilingin sa Senate President, ipaaresto yung resource person para sa wakas, ipaharap na sa komite para makasagot sa mga seryosong tanong sa kanya. Ang kasama ko po sa komite ay nag-object. At dahil doon, ayon din sa rules ng Senado, binigyang daan ng chair na magkaroon ng 7 araw upang makabuo ng majority ng mga miyembro ng komite para mag-object. At ang ika-7 araw pong iyon, Mr. President, ay bukas. Kaya gayon din, alinsunod sa mga rules natin sa Senado, binibigyan daan ng chair na makabuo ng majority. So, depende kung ano yung maging resulta bukas ang magiging sunod na mga hakbang ng komite. Pero ngayon pa lamang ay meron na po tayong make of record na may president po sa mga ruling ng Korte Suprema at maging na po sa mga dating idinaos na mga pagdinig ng mga komite, maging ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee dito sa Senado na nagpatuloy kahit po meron na pong tumatakbong mga kaso sa Korte. Isang halimbawa po, Mr. President, ang Catherine Camilon case. yan po ay kasulukuyan pa ring dinidinig dito po sa Senado, sa Senate Committee on Public Order, kahit nakafile na po ang mga charges sa korte. So ito lamang po ay pinaka-recent sa mga maisa-cite po ng chair ng Committee on Women na kahit po mayroon ng mga kasong tumatakbo sa korte, yung iba dito final mismo ng executive, pero nagpatuloy at nagpapatuloy pa rin ang pagdinig dito sa lehislatura. Dahil wala pong proseso sa isang sangay ng gobyerno ay mas importante o hindi kasing importante sa prosesong tumatakbo sa ibang sangay ng gobyerno. Yan po yung isang esensya ng ating sistema ng checks and balances. At sa sistemang iyon ng checks and balances, well within its rights at may rules na ating pong sinusunod, well within its rights ang Senado, ipagpatuloy ang kanyang mga proseso ayon sa kanyang mandato, ayon sa kanyang tungkulin, at ayon sa kanyang sariling rules. For the record, Mr. President. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Robin Hood Padilla and all the manifestations thereon to the Committee on Rules, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume. Oh, sorry, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed, Mr. President, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have with us DBM Undersecretary Wilford Will Wong, Undersecretary Leo Angelo Larcia, Undersecretary Janet Abuel, the Government Procurement Policy Board, Executive Director Rowena Candice Ruiz, Procurement Service, Executive Director Dennis Santiago, and members of the National Academy of Science and Technology. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Welcome to your Senate.
Yes, Mr. President, and let me point out that they are guests of our dear colleague, Senator Sani Angara. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 214 and Senate Bill number 2593. This is the bill on the new Government Procurement Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 is now in order. With the permission of the body, the Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An Act revising Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our very hard-working chair of the Finance Committee, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, dear colleagues. I'd like to also greet our distinguished guests here present, and they've waited a few hours to hear this speech. The undersecretaries of the DBM, Yusek Wong, Yusek Larsha, Yusek Abuel, the directors of the GPPB, Director Ruiz, Procurement Service, Director Santiago, Director Magtalas, and of course our academicians, Dr. Padilla, Dr. Padulina, Dr. Salvador, Dr. Jacinto, Serafica Culaba, Rasco, Maala, Hautea, Concepcion, and Suralta. I hope I did not miss anyone, but that's the list given to me of those present. Again, dear colleagues, Mr. President, tumatayo po tayo ngayon para i-sponsor ang panukalang batas hinggil sa pag-amyenda ng Republic Act 9184 o ang Government Procurement Reform Act or GPRA na ngayon tatawagin na po natin na New Government Procurement Act or NGPA. Our measure is listed as a LEDAC priority following through on President Marcos Jr.'s directive during his last SONA that further procurement reform should be pursued. kung ang pambansang budget taon-taon o ang General Appropriations Act GAA ang siyang tumutukoy sa mga programa at proyekto na paglalaanan ng pondo. Napapaloob sa procurement rules naman ang mga patakaran na kailangang sundin para gastusin ang pondong ito. Sabay po silang nagsisilbing pundasyon ng kung papaano tumakbo ang pamahalaan. Kaya dapat tingnan ang pag-aamyenda natin ng mga procurement rules bilang isang paraan para paigtingin ang kakayanan ng gobyerno para pagsilbihan ang taong bayan. Napakalaki rin kasi ang ambag ng public procurement sa ating ekonomiya, kaya napakahalagang pagtuunan ito ng pansin. Tinataya, Mr. President, na sa buong mundo umaabot sa 12 hanggang 20% ng global GDP o Gross Domestic Product ang public procurement on the average. Ibig sabihin kung ang GDP ng Pilipinas noong 2023 ay umaabot sa 24.28 trillion pesos, halos 4.9 trillion nito ay public procurement kung tama po ang projection. Ang siste, hindi nakukuha ng bansa ng buong ganansya kahit na napakalaking component ang public procurement sa ating ekonomiya. Aminin na natin na dahil sa katiwalian, may kinakaltasan mula rito. Ayon nga sa isang pag-aaral ng OECD, umaabot raw ito sa 20% ng kabuuang halaga ng procurement budget. Ibig sabihin, posibleng umabot ito sa 1 trillion pesos. Such losses, Mr. President, have a very real, sometimes dire, consequences beyond unlawful leakage from public coffers to private pockets. They lead to substandard bridges that collapse, guns that consistently jam and endanger our soldiers and policemen, laptops that are more useful as paperweights than as educational tools, or even surgery patients who wake up on the operating table and feel the doctor's scalpel earlier than planned or scheduled. Sabi nga ng isang resource person, sa panahon ng gyera, hindi lang bala ang kailangan ng mga sundalo, pati tissue, gamot, tubig, pagkain, tulugan at gasolina. Kung substandard o kulang ang mga ito, talong-talo na po tayo, Mr. President. At masisigurado natin na sapat at dekalidad ang mga gamit na ito kung maaasahan natin ang tama ang public procurement po natin. Naging batas ang Republic Act 9184 noong Enero 2003. Inisponsor ito ng aking ama, si Senate President Edgardo J. Angara, former Senate President Edgardo J. Angara. Hinirang ang batas na ito ni dating World Bank Philippine Country Director Joaquim von Amsberg bilang isang world-class legislation noong 2007. When Republic Act 9184 was enacted more than 2 decades ago, the prevailing concern was corruption. And in my father's sponsorship speech, he described corruption as a widespread cancer entrenched and institutionalized throughout the bureaucracy, attending official transactions, big and small. He highlighted further that according to World Bank estimates at the time, the Philippines had lost up to $48 billion to official corruption between 1982 to 2002. The amount could have covered the country's budget deficit at the time, and in his words, still provide a considerable surplus in return. Vagueness in procurement rules had lent to discretion, which in turn opened up the opportunity for side deals, under-the-table agreements, uncompetitive behavior, and other outwardly criminal and wasteful activities. Hence, the imperative was to spell out the rules in black and white as much as possible and to limit the opportunities for scheming minds to rig the system. Among the key reforms, Mr. President, was allowing the advertisement of bids to be done online, the adoption of a simple pass-fail eligibility check method to vet suppliers and to eliminate discretion, the removal of the floor price, the introduction of an approved budget of contract, or ABC, as a cap or ceiling for bids, and in minimizing the discretion of the Bids and Awards Committee, or BAC, among several others. 2 dekada na po ang lumipas, Mr. President, at patuloy pa rin humahadlang sa ating pag-asenso ang katiwalian. Nitong mga huling taon pa nga sa pag-iimbestiga ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, sumiklab ang mga issue hinggil sa mga face masks at PPEs, pati mga laptop para sa ating mga guro. Kaya sinigurado natin na sa panukalang New Government Procurement Act or NGPA, pinaiigting po natin ang polisiya para solusyonan ang katiwalian. For instance, our measure emphasizes that all procuring entities shall ensure equal access to information at all levels of procurement. Prior to official release, no aspect of bidding documents shall be released to any person except the officially authorized personnel. In cases that involve national security, however, the relevant procuring entities can determine whether specific procurement documents can be disclosed. Bidders shall also be mandated to submit sworn affidavits stating that he or she is not related to the head of the procuring entity, the members of the BAC, the technical working group, and the BAC secretariat, the head of the project management office or PMO, or the end user unit or implementing unit, project consultants of the procuring entity, or of the procurement agent by consanguinity or affinity up to the third civil degree. To determine the ultimate beneficiary and prevent collusion, the bidder must also disclose the ultimate beneficial ownership of an entity. Mas makakasigurado tayo sa proseso, Mr. President, kung mas marami ang nagmamasid at nagbabantay. Kaya sa ilalim ng panukalang batas, hindi lamang mga non-government organizations or NGOs ang maaaring umupo bilang observers sa procurement process. Pwede rin ang mga private groups, civil society organizations, and people's organizations basta't sila'y rehistrado sa SEC o sa CDA or Cooperative Development Authority. Inaatasan na rin natin ang GPPB or the Government Procurement Board na bumuo ng isang rehistro para sa mga qualified observers. Nagpasok rin po tayo ng probisyon para atasan ang bawat procuring entity na depende sa halaga ng kontrata, dapat mayroon silang video recording ng procurement-related conferences para sa competitive bidding. Kasama dito ang pre-procurement conference, pre-bid conference, bid opening at iba pang mga pagpupulong ng BAC. Hindi pwede magsimula ang anumang proceedings para sa competitive bidding hanggat hindi pa nagsisimula ang video recording. We are also institutionalizing a provision in the IRR or implementing rules of RA 9184 where the authority of the head of the procuring entity or HOPE where to blacklist with cause erring suppliers or bidders. Once a bidder is blacklisted, they are perpetually prohibited from participating in all government procurement activities with any procuring entity unless otherwise lifted based on reasonable and justifiable grounds. Pero hindi lamang katiwalian ang nilalabanan natin pagdating sa pagreforma ng ating public procurement rules. Meron ding nasasayang na pondo dahil sa kabagalan ng proseso, kakulangan ng kompetisyon mula sa mga bidders o kaya mga limitasyon sa kapasidad ng gobyerno. Ayon nga sa isang pag-aaral ng GPPB, base sa 2012 na datos mula sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, umaabot raw sa 50% ng failed biddings ay dahil sa poor cost estimates, mga problema sa technical specifications or terms of reference, at late submission ng mga end users ng purchase requests. Lahat po ito ay bunga ng poor planning. A June 2019 World Bank analysis of Philippine procurement data quantified that losses from the country's weak public procurement capacity. The World Bank found that if the Philippines were to employ better procurement strategies and policies, it could save as much as 29% of its total procurement spend. Considering the years covered, this would amount to 1.2 trillion pesos between the years 2014 to 2018. If we include what the OECD estimates as the cost of corruption, then the total loss could amount to almost 2.2 trillion pesos, Mr. President. Such amount would go a long way in fulfilling our pressing resource needs. It is equivalent in nominal terms to the estimated construction costs of 880,000 new classrooms, the repair of 14.6 existing classrooms, up to 97.78 million senior high school vouchers, tuition of 145 million students in our local colleges, and tertiary education subsidies of 108.3 million students, among other opportunity costs, Mr. President. Noong February 2019, humingi ng tulong ang GPPB at ang Technical Support Office nito mula sa World Bank at sa Asian Development Bank para magsagawa ng mas masinsinan na pagsusuri tungkol sa public procurement system ng ating bansa. Bagaman nakaka-aberya ito dahil sa pandemya, formal na i-launch ang tinatawag na 2021 MAPS or Methodology for Assessing Procurement Systems, assessment of the Philippine Public Procurement System itong nakaraang Hunyo 2023. And the findings include the following, Mr. President, sa 2 dekada mula nung naisabatas ang Republic Act 9184 at ilang taong pagkatapos na issue ang 2016 revised IRR, may naabot raw na fair level of adequacy and improvement ang procurement system natin. Nagkaroon din ng kalinawan tungkol sa proseso at kung aling batas, regulasyon o procedure ang kailangan sundin batay sa sitwasyon. Nagkaroon din ng standardization sa mga bidding documents, forms, and procedure manuals. Malaki ang naitulong sa pag-institutionalize ng mga ito simula nung nabuo ang Government Procurement Policy Board or GPPB. Ngunit sa kabila nito, may ilang issue pa rin daw ang bumapalakid sa mas mabuting pagtakbo ng ating procurement system. Una po dito ang kakulangan ng kompetisyon sa mga bidders. Nalilimitahan daw ang mga sumasali dahil sa mga eligibility requirements. Ayon nga sa 2019 data mula sa 17 government agencies, kumukonti raw ang mga bidders na lumalahok. Kung nung taong 2010, may 3 bidders daw on the average na sumasali sa pagbid ng mga kontrata, pagdating raw ng 2019, bumaba na daw ito sa 1.7, Mr. President. Another issue pertains to digitalization. The MAPS or MAPS assessment took note that PhilJEPS has been around since 2000, and in the intervening years, it has evolved to support many steps of the public procurement process, including registration of potential bidders and advertisement of potential bids. According to the report, this is an achievement that has not been matched by many other countries. Some features, however, remain absent, such as a facility for electronic submissions or the capabilities of procuring entities to record all pertinent data digitally to make them readily available for the scrutinizing public to see. Binanggit din po doon ang iilang kakulangan sa appeals mechanism. Sa ilalim kasi ng RA 9184, pwedeng magreklamo ang isang potential bidder sa procuring entity sa bawat hakbang ng proseso. Ngunit bukod sa mismong ahensya, ang natitirang takbuhan nila ay ang mga korte na po. Ang resulta, nati-TRO ang mga proyekto kaya lalong nagkakaaberya ang proseso. Dapat magkaroon ng iba-ibang paraan para makapag-apela o makapaglunsad ng administrative review. Iilan lamang ito sa mga findings na itala ng 2021 MAPS assessment na silang basehan din ng mga rekomendasyon para sa reforma. At karamihan sa nilalaman ng ating panukalang batas ay sumasang-ayon sa mga mungkahing ito at tumutugon sa mga isyung na itala. Marami kasi sa mga problema sa government procurement ay resulta ng kakulangan sa planning at paghahanda sa hanay ng mga procuring entities or agencies. Kaya sa ilalim ng panukalang batas, lahat ng government procurement ay kailangan may tamang market scoping, supply positioning, analysis of available procurement modalities, risk management at marami pa pong iba. Authorized din magsagawa ng early procurement activities ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno kahit panukala pa lang ang mga proyekto sa NEP or National Expenditure Program. Sa ilalim po ng RA 9184, competitive bidding ang pinaka-default mode of procurement. Epektibo man ang paraan na ito para masigurado na may kompetisyon sa bidding, hindi naman ito angkop sa lahat ng sitwasyon, Mr. President. Mismong 2021 MAPS assessment ang nagsabi na dapat ireforma ang legal framework para sa mga fit-for-purpose procurement kung saan mas komplikado ang pangangailangan o mas konsiderasyon na lamang ang dapat isaalang-alang. Halimbawa po dito sa ating sandatahang lakas. Sa ilalim ng 9184, parehong proseso ang dinadaanan sa pag-procure ng office supplies at ng aircraft o naval vessel. At alam naman natin, iba po ang pagbili ng papel at ballpen sa pagbili ng aircraft o naval vessel, which the presiding officer is very knowledgeable about, Mr. President. This is why our measure introduces new modes of procurement. It also provides greater flexibility to procuring entities to choose which best fit their needs. For instance, the permission to use trade-ins, barters, or pooled procurement, or the purchase of second-hand goods, which is in line with the requests of national defense agencies, as well as our colleagues, no less than the Senate President and Senator Bong Revilla. Our measure also increases the thresholds for small value procurement from 1 million pesos to 2 million pesos. Magpapasok po tayo ng 5 bagong paraan o modes of procurement. Number 1 is competitive dialogue. Pinahihintulutan kumonsulta ang ahensya sa mga suppliers at hanapin ang pinakaangkop na mga gamit. Meron din pong unsolicited offer with bid matching. Dito pwede lumapit sa mismong ahensya ang pribadong sektor para makipaghain ng mga bagong teknolohiya o solusyon tulad po ng unsolicited offer sa ilalim ng BOT or Build, Operate, and Transfer Law at sa PPP or Public-Private Partnership Law. Meron din pong direct acquisition, Mr. President, at dito pinapayagan ang mga ahensya na bumili direkta sa supplier ng non-common use supplies and equipment or non-CSEs kapag ang halaga ng bibilhin ay hindi lalagpas sa 200,000 pesos. Ang kaibahan nito sa ibang mode ay hindi na kailangan ng ahensya na kumuha pa ng mga quotation. Meron din pong direct sales or pasabay for procurement of non-CSEs or non-common use supplies and equipment. Agencies may directly purchase if the supplier has satisfactorily delivered goods or services to another government agency. Sa direct sales o pasabay, maaring dumiretso ang isang procuring entity sa isang subok na supplier na nakapag-supply na sa ibang ahensya. Hindi na dadaan sa another round of competitive bidding kung parehong produkto naman ang binibili. Meron din pong direct procurement for science, technology, and innovation, which will be appreciated by many of our friends from that community in the gallery. This mode allows agencies to procure directly from a capable supplier any supplies, materials, and equipment needed for R&D projects or activities. This also allows procuring entities to purchase pre-commercial goods or services that meet their specific needs, or goods from qualified startup businesses in line with the thrust to develop new Philippine industries. Ito ang produkto ng pakikipag-ugnayan ng inyong komite sa Academe Innovation Council, pati ang mga miyembro, academician at national scientists ng National Academy of Science and Technology or NAST, na matagal nang idinadaing ang mabagal at striktong procurement rules na hindi angkop sa kanilang natatanging pangangailangan. Ito rin ang tugon ng inyong komite sa mga hinaing ng mga startup businesses na nais tumulong sa gobyerno, ngunit bumabalakid sa kanila ang ating procurement rules and regulations. Our measure, Mr. President, also affirms established modes of procurement that are already mentioned in either RA 9184 or in its IRR. Competitive bidding, for instance, this is a very well-known form of bidding, Mr. President, at dito makakalahok ang mga eligible bidders dumaan sa kilalang proseso: advertisement, pre-bid conference, eligibility screening, receipt and opening of bids, evaluation of bids, post-qualification, and award of contract. Then there is also limited source bidding, kung saan pinapayagan ang mga ahensya na mag-imbita ng mga piling supplier o pre-selected na consultants with known experience and proven capability. Meron din pong direct contracting, na hindi kailangan ang mga bidding documents at ang supplier ay hihingan lang ng price quotation o mga pro forma invoices, at ginagamit ito kapag proprietary ang mga kailangan bilhin at walang iba ang maaaring mag-manufacture o maghain ng produkto or serbisyo. Repeat order is also another existing form under 9184, Mr. President. Pwedeng diretsong bumili uli ang isang procuring entity sa previous supplier. There is also small value procurement, kung saan hihingi ng 3 price quotation, kung saan hindi hihigit sa 2 million ang price, ang bid for goods, projects or services, Mr. President. Nandiyan din pa rin po ang negotiated procurement o allowed under certain circumstances spelled out in the law, Mr. President. So under the current setup, government agencies need to explain or justify to the COA why they needed to undertake alternative modes of procurement other than competitive bidding. Kumbaga, red flag kaagad kapag gumamit ng ibang modes of procurement. Sa ilalim po ng ating panukalang batas, Mr. President, pantay-pantay na ang turing sa iba't ibang modes of procurement. There is introduction of a new concept pagdating sa pag-evaluate ng mga bids. Ito po ang MEARB or MERB, or which stands for the most economically advantageous responsive bid, kung saan kasabay ng mismong presyo, may predetermined quality na kasama sa criteria sa pagpili ng winning bid. Sa ngayon kasi, Mr. President, nakafocus pa rin ang buong procurement process sa pagtitipid. Sa pag-award ng lowest calculated responsive bid lamang ang nananalo. Makatulong man ito sa pagtitipid, minsan balakid ito para mas maging epektibo ang ating pamahalaan. Sinabi po nung ating hearing ni Supreme Court Administrator Raul Villanueva, we may save government funds, but we actually do not get the best quality that we need. So in the end, we sort of suffer because we continue purchasing items that do not last very long. Sa ilalim ng bagong panukala, pwedeng piliin ng procuring entity ang pangunahing konsiderasyon nila para sa winning bid. Yung most economically advantageous responsive bid o MERB, kung saan quality at technical responsiveness ang dapat manguna, o ang lowest calculated responsive bid, kung saan mas matimbang ang presyo. Sa ilalim ng panukala, at least 60% ang timbang ng quality proposal sa pagbuo sa criteria ng winning bid. Inaasahan na dahil sa flexibility na binibigay ng MERB, tataas ang antas ng serbisyo ng gobyerno. Sa totoo nga, hindi ito bagong konsepto, base lamang ito sa award criterion na highest rated responsive bid para sa consulting service ng 9184 at IRR. Nandoon na po yan sa batas, but limited to consultancies. Meanwhile, Mr. President, to ensure that agencies reap as much value as they can from the supplies they purchase, our proposed amendments to the procurement law call on procuring entities to conduct life cycle assessments, or LCAs, and life cycle cost analysis, or LCCAs, in their procurement plans. We enjoin entities to do this so that their planning horizons are longer, their activities are more strategic, and their expenditures are more sustainable. Such costs include maintenance and upkeep. Some of the agencies we consulted, like the Department of National Defense and the Department of Public Works and Highways, mentioned that RA 9184 does not allow agencies to maintain and to sustain their assets after their acquisition. Kagaya ng Air Force at Navy, hindi pala nila mapanatili na maayos ang nabili nilang military equipment. Kung kasama sa procurement planning ang mga life cycle costs, naniniwala kami na magiging mas sustainable at epektibo ang procurement. Para mapakinabangan ng husto ang iba't ibang modes at ang pagkakaroon na ng MIRB, or most economically advantageous bid, at masiguro na talagang may tamang planning at preparasyon, mahalaga na paigtingin natin ang mga capacity development initiatives or training para magkaroon ng professional labor pool na magaling sa public procurement sa ating burokrasya. Recognizing that government procurement demands specific skills and know-how, our proposed measure mandates that steps should be taken to continuously grow a cadre of government procurement practitioners. Inaatasan ng DBM na magbukas ng mga procurement positions sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno, kung saan mga kawani na may tamang qualifications at licenses lamang ang pwedeng umupo. Ayon sa pag-aaral ng GPPB, 23% lang ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno ang may hiwalay na dedicated na procuring unit. Para lalong magka-insentibo ang mga kawani ng gobyerno na maging mga public procurement professionals, tinataas ng aming panukala ang honoraria sa lahat ng mga back member, TWG at ad hoc secretariat na hindi hihigit sa 30% ng kanilang basic monthly salary. Sa ngayon kasi 25% ang limitasyon ng honoraria. Minamandato naman ang GPPB na manguna sa pag-professionalize sa ating mga procurement practitioners. At alinsunod sa whole-of-government approach, inaatasan ang bawat ahensya na maglaan ng pondo mula sa kanilang capacity development funds para makapag-training ang mga ito. Kaakibat naman ng pagturing sa public procurement bilang isang propesyon ay ang pagkilala na hindi lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno ay may kakayanan para dito. Sa ating panukala, Mr. President, malinaw na pinapayagan ang mga ahensya na kumuha ng procurement agent para tulungan sila kapag kinakailangan. Maaalala po natin, mga kasama, ang mga kontrobersiya na ibinuklat nitong mga nakaraang taon ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee tungkol sa Procurement Service o ang PSDBM at sa PITC o ang Philippine International Trading Corporation, kung saan nagkakaroon ng parking of funds. Epektibong nililimitahan ng ating panukalang batas ang PSDBM at PITC sa mga orihinal na mandato nila bilang mga procurement agent for certain purposes. Tinataya, Mr. President, na kapag may sa batas ang ating panukala, hindi na maaaring maulit ang mga abusong dating naganap. Halimbawa, kung dati, may mga ahensyang nagpapasa o nagpapark ng kanilang mga pondo sa mga procurement agent, ngayon, malinaw na po na hindi na pwedeng ganitong transfer of funds, pwera na sa pagbayad ng mga professional fees ng procurement agent. Malinaw ding nakasaad sa ating panukala na pwede lamang kumuha ng procurement agent kapag walang kapasidad o kaalaman ang procurement entities, lalong-lalo na for more specialized types of procurement. Hindi na rin pwede ang mga pagkakaroon ng lump sums o general engagements sa pagitan ng procuring entity at ng procurement agent. Project basis na lamang ang papayagan at limitado na lamang ito sa competitive bidding. Hindi na rin pwede ang dating ginagawa na dinedelegate ng mga procuring entity ang pag-award ng kontrata sa ahente. This is to maintain accountability, Mr. President. At para may patuloy na monitoring sa buong proseso, dapat may representante mula sa procuring entity sa back ng procurement agent bilang observer throughout the process. Sa ilalim po ng 2016 revised IRR ng 9184, ang recommended timeline para sa procurement ng goods ay ranging mula 26 hanggang 136 calendar days para sa goods at mula 26 hanggang 141 o 156 calendar days para sa infrastructure projects. Depende sa kabuuang halaga nito. Inaasahan, Mr. President, na kapag maimplementa ng tama ang mga reforma nitong panukala natin na NGPA, lalong bibilis at iikli ang proseso ng public procurement at magiging mula 26 hanggang 63 calendar days lamang po para sa goods at infrastructure. Bilang tugon naman sa 2021 MAPS assessment tungkol sa kakulungan ng appeals mechanism ng bansa, binubuo ng NGPA ang Government Procurement Adjudication Tribunal or GPAT sa ilalim ng Office of the President. This will become an independent quasi-judicial body na magsisilbing takbuhan ng mga bidders tuwing may protesta sila sa proseso at ayaw nilang iharap ito sa head of the procuring entity or HOPE. Naglagay rin tayo ng provision na pinagbabawal ang lahat ng korte puwera sa Supreme Court na mag-issue ng temporary restraining order, preliminary injunction, or preliminary mandatory injunction sa anumang bidding or awarding ng mga kontrata para sa pag-procure ng mga goods, infrastructure projects at consulting services ng gobyerno. Ito'y para pigilan ang nakagawian ng mga natalo sa public bidding. Nakasuhan na lamang ang procuring entity at humingi ng TRO sa mismong procurement activity. Pagdating naman sa pag-digitize ng ating sistema, pinag-iigting ng ating panukala ang mandato ng PhilJeps para maging single electronic portal kung saan siya ang magiging pangunahing channel sa lahat ng procurement activities ng gobyerno para sa goods, consulting services at para sa mga infrastructure projects. Gagamitin din ng lahat ng procuring entities ang PhilJeps para sa pagbili ng mga common use supplies and equipment. We also aim, Mr. President, to future-proof our measure by incorporating additional innovative features and solutions like electronic reverse auction, electronic marketplace, and electronic shopping, electronic small value procurement. These features have yet to be rolled out by PhilJeps, but were already anticipated in anticipation in the future for a future rollout to make bidding even more responsive and to give the government even more choice, Mr. President. Inaatasan din ng ating panukala na dapat may interconnectivity ang mga database ng gobyerno na makakatulong sa pagbilis o pag-ikli ng procurement process tulad noong sa verification of bidders sa post-qualification step. Sa ngayon kasi, manual ang proseso para ma-verify ng mga procuring entities ang mga dokumento na sinasubmit sa kanila ng mga bidders tulad ng Mayor's Permit, SEC registration, BIR tax clearances at marami pang iba. Sa ilalim ng ating panukala, minamandato ang GPPB na mag-issue ng mga patakaran para masigurado na may interconnectivity sa mga susunod na government databases. Government of the Philippines Official Merchants Registry or GOP-OMR of the PhilJeps, business registration of the DTI or Department of Trade and Industry, those pertaining to the licenses of contractors under the SIAC or the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, SIAP rather, and their system for performance evaluation under the Philippine Contractors Association Board. Also those of LGUs for permits and licenses, the BIR for tax returns and clearances, and those of the SEC, the CDA, and the Insurance Commission, among others. This will ensure greater interconnectivity, Mr. President. Sinama rin po natin ang panukala ni Senator Francis Tolentino na dapat magkaroon ng isang sistema para sa warehousing at cloud-based inventory management ang mga procuring entity na malalaki ang inventaryo. Ito'y para mas efficient ang pagpaplano at mas madaling i-track yung galaw ng mga produkto. Lumalabas naman sa ating mga konsultasyon na nahihirapan ang iilang sektor na lumalahok sa public bidding dahil sa mga patakaran ng mga procuring entities pagdating sa mga rules of eligibility tulad ng track record at largest government contract. Kaya minabuti po natin maglagay ng mga probisyon sa panukala na inaatasan ng mga procuring entities pati ang GPPB na mag-implementa ng mga polisiya at programa para makalahok ng mas marami mula sa mga micro-enterprises, startups, pati sa ating mga marginalized sectors. Tinatawag ang lahat na magkaroon ng inclusive procurement program na nakatuon sa pagbibigay ng equal opportunities sa ating more marginalized and vulnerable sectors, pati mga micro-enterprises, social enterprises at startups, habang binibigyan ng sapat na konsiderasyon para sa gender at ethnic equity, poverty reduction, at respeto sa mga batayan na labor standards. Para dito, maaari din mag-issue ng mga patakaran ng GPPB para bigyan ng mga exemption mula sa mga bidding document fees ang marginalized sectors. Ito ay ginagawa para maging mas inklusibo at mas competitive ang proseso. Nais din natin idiin sa ating panukala ang halaga ng public procurement sa pagpapalago at pagpapalakas ng mga lokal na industriya. Sa ngayon kasi, sa ilalim ng RA 9184, yung tinatawag na preference for domestic bidders ay simpleng mungkahi lamang. The language is permissive, Mr. President. Sa ilalim ng ating panukala, nilinaw natin na bibigyan ng priority and preference ang mga suppliers of Philippine products and services at pinapalaki natin ang margin of preference from 15 to 25%. Ito'y ating sinama para ang gobyerno mismo ang mauuna sa pagsuporta ng mga tatak Pinoy na industriya para mas mabilis sila maging globally competitive. Alinsunod rin ito sa panukalang batas ni Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa Hontiveros na for the government to patronize locally made vehicles and cars. Our measure also calls for a procurement approach that emphasizes goods, infrastructure projects, and consulting services with reduced environmental impact and with sustainability in mind, in full alignment with the measure on the matter filed by Senator Pia Cayetano. Such an approach aims to achieve value for money and minimal environmental impact throughout the entire life cycle, from acquisition until disposal. Hence, procuring entities are mandated to integrate green practices, environmentally sound criteria for their procurement, among others. Hindi maliliit na bagay ang mga probisyon na pinapasok natin dito, Mr. President. Nais man nating baguhin ang buong sistema, hindi naman ito mangyayari sa isang iglap lamang. Kaya nilagay rin natin sa panukalang batas na habang hindi pa nagsisimula ang IRR nito, patuloy pa rin ang implementasyon ng mga programs, activities, and projects at ng 9184 pa rin ang masusunod. Kapag ma-issue ng bagong IRR, bibigyan rin natin ng 3 taon ang bawat procuring entity and BAC ng mga ahensya makapag-comply sa NGPA. Minamandato na rin natin ang Congress na i-review ang batas at least once every 5 years gaya ng Local Government Code. Isipin nyo lang, 2 dekada pa ang lumipas bago natin na naripaso ang Republic Act 9184. Sana sa probisyon nito, hindi natin kailangan magantay ng ganong katagal muli, Mr. President. In fact, much of what is included in our measure already exists in the IRR of RA 9184, born out of current practice and experience, or is mandated by other laws such as the PPP law. In that sense, we are institutionalizing many existing practices already. Produkto ng 3 public hearing, 10 technical working group meetings, and several months' worth of consultations with persons, experts, and organizations, itong panukalang batas po natin, Mr. President, at nabuo natin ito sa tulong ng napakadaming individual at malalim ang ating pasasalamat sa mga sumusunod sa liderato ng Senado, Senate President Zubiri, Senate President Pro Tem Legarda, Majority Leader Villanueva, Minority Leader Pimentel, whose office was a constant presence during the TWGs. We thank the Minority Leader for that. Ang ating mga co-author, Committee on Finance Senior Vice Chairs Cayetano, Marcos, and Legarda, Vice Chairs Ontiveros, Tolentino, Estrada, Gatchalian, Villar, Senator Raffy Tulfo, na naging co-author, mga staff ni na Senate President Zubiri, SP Legarda, Minority Leader Pimentel, again, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Tolentino, who attended the TWG, at mga kaibigan natin mula sa House of Representatives na sumuporta sa House Bill 9648, which is the counterpart bill, and we also tried to reconcile as much as we could to prepare for a smooth BICAM. This is chaired by Representative Edward Maceda, Mr. President. And from the judiciary, we'd like to thank Court Administrator Villanueva. From the executive, of course, our friends from the DBM, we mentioned and greeted them earlier, Mr. President. Ang GPPB, Director Magtalas, GPPB TSO or Technical Support Office nila Director Ruiz, Procurement Service ng DBM sa pangunguna ni Director Santiago. They really were a very big help, Mr. President. And of course, our economic managers at the NEDA, the DOF, and the BSP, and our stakeholders from the education sector and the SNT or Science and Technology Research and Innovation Community, DepEd, TESDA, DOST, EDCOM2, the members of admissions and national scientists from the NAST, Dr. Padulina, Dr. Padilla, among others, different units of the UP, the PIDS, the PASUC, the SPIK, the National Research Council of the Philippines, the Institute for Governance and Rural Development, Rex Education, RAINPhil. From the health sector, of course, the DOH, the FDA, the PhilHealth, Dr. Legazpi and PGH, Philippine Cancer Center, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Philippine Pharma Procurement, Roche, Zwillig Pharma, MEPZ, mga kasama sa National Defense, the DND, AFP, PNP, Coast Guard, BFP, PDEA, National Defense College, ANOS Research, Philippine Aerospace Development, Association of Firearm and Ammunition Dealers, of the Philippines as Pinelli Panpisco, a Holtec Corporation, joint venture of Nash and Jirsan Makina v. Hafif Sila Santic AS. Mga nasa hanay ng infrastruktura naman, Transportasyon, Energy and ICT, Mr. President, DOTR, DICT, DPWH, DOE, NEA, MMDA, CAAP, Transco, Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines or CIAP, PICAB, or the Contractors Accreditation Board, Philippine Constructors Association, the CMAP or Cement Manufacturers, Council of Engineering Consultants, ECOP, Dr. De Castro, President of ESCA Engineering, Private Sector Advisory Council on Infrastructure Convener, John Rainier Dizon, United Architects of the Philippines, Manila International Airport Authority, PLDT and SMART, Attorney Gonzales of Google, at ibang ahensya tulad ng COA, DA, DTI, DOLE, DSWD, DFA, GCG, DOT, TIEZA, IPOFIL, ARTA, Bureau of Customs, Public-Private Partnership Center, DT, IPITC, Philippine Competition Commission at Land Bank of the Philippines, mga local government units, DILG, ULAP, LCP, LPP, and the Procurement Department of Quezon City, headed by Attorney Garcia, and of course our Senate Secretariat and the LBRMO, always consistently present, kasama sila Director Palanca at Attorney Doblon. At syempre sa ating staff at staff ng iba't mga senador na sinabay ang trabaho dito sa pagtutok sa budget processes at pati na rin sa ating economic chacha amendments. Tinataya po namin na kapag maisabatas ang mga reformang ito, hindi lamang bibilis ang procurement sa gobyerno, ito'y magiging mas epektibo, Mr. President. At sa ganitong paraan, iigting ang kapasidad ng gobyerno para tugunan ang pangangailangan ng sambayanang Pilipino. At kapag lalong gumanda at bumilis ang pagresponde, mas lalalim ang tiwala at ang panatag ng loob ng buong bayan sa ating gobyerno. Faith will be restored in our government after so many scandals in the past, Mr. President. Ganyan po ang bagong Pilipinas na nais nating abutin. Para maabot natin ito, kailangan natin baguhin ang mga nakagawian na natin. Kailangan baguhin ang pag-iisip, palakasin ang loob para simulan ang proseso ng reforma, Mr. President. Isama po natin dito ang public procurement, which is omnipresent throughout our government. We agree with the words of our DBM Secretary, Mina Pangandaman, when she said that the proposed amendments are all about taking public procurement to the next level. In truth, this effort is about taking governance to the next level. Kaya nakikiusap po kami na sa ating liderato na i-prioritize po ang itong panukalang batas at pagkatapos ng process of interpellation that we approve it with dispatch, Mr. President. Thank you very much to our colleagues for bearing with me during this not always interesting sponsorship speech. But thank you very much and good evening, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. It may not be interesting, but it's very, very important. I think it's very, very important.
Mr. President, I have to say I listened carefully in every word, every page that the distinguished gentleman from Aurora stated, Mr. President. And we are in awe, Mr. President. And let me just state for the record that this representation is already a co-author, Mr. President. And with that, may I just insert into the records this representation's co-sponsorship speech together with Senators Tulfo and Estrada, Mr. President.
There be no objection to that manifestation?
And Senator Revilla, Mr. President.
We take note of the...
And Mark Villar, Mr. President. Sorry, Mr. President.
We take note.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor, Mr. President, is the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela City, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this will not take as long as the speech of Senator Angara, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2593, aiming to revise Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act. Procurement is the lifeblood of progress. Without a well-functioning procurement system, progress would be significantly hampered by a lack of necessary resources or by inefficient use of available funds. Hence, in the government, procurement is not just about purchasing goods and services. Rather, it is a pivotal step in ensuring that every centavo paid by our taxpayers is diligently utilized, mula sa pagpili ng naangkop na kagamitan sa bawat sulok ng ating mga opisina at hanggang sa pagpapatayo ng mga malalaking infrastruktura sa ating bansa. Recognizing its crucial role, the Government Procurement Reform Act, which was enacted 2 decades ago, seeks to consolidate and institutionalize the fragmented policies, rules, and regulations on government procurement. Since its inception, it has become the bedrock of our procurement practices, a single regulatory framework guiding the path towards a more accountable, more transparent, and more equitable governance. However, despite the enactment of the law, several challenges are still evident in the procurement process. Most notably, we still see prolonged delays in procurement projects due to cumbersome processes and low utilization or underspending of agency budgets, among other challenges. Kaakibat ng mga problemang ito ang pagkakaantala sa pagpapatupad ng mga proyekto ng gobyerno. Bilang epekto, kapag mabagal ang procurement, bumabagal din ang paglago ng ating bansa. The repercussions of these gaps often go unnoticed, yet they reverberate across various sectors, leaving an indelible mark on their operations and outcomes. Isa sa mga sektor na labis na naapektuhan ay ang research and development. During the public hearing last February 21, led by the Committee on Finance, we heard the sentiments of our local scientists. They encounter difficulties in acquiring essential components such as water resins, filter, due to restrictive procurement processes. These circumstances result in delays and inflated costs for research equipment, significantly impacting project timelines and outcomes. Ang dapat sanang inobasyon, tila ba naging konsumisyon para sa ating mga lokal na siyensista. Given this context, Mr. President, the revision of the Government Procurement Reform Act couldn't be timelier as it addresses the pressing challenges associated with the implementation of government projects. In particular, this proposed measure emphasizes the importance of meticulous procurement planning and preparation, complemented by reliable strategies ranging from market scoping to supply positioning and risk management, among others. This forward-thinking approach ensures that every purchase we make is a step towards long-term objectives. This bill also emphasizes on the use of a single electronic portal that provides an integrated strategic system that covers procurement planning until payment. This will be done through the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, also known as PhilGEPS, which will serve as the primary source of information and channel in the conduct of all procurement activities of the government. Innovative features will be incorporated with the PhilGEPS, aligning with government digitalization efforts. For instance, electronic payment promotes transparency as payments are directly routed through secure channels, hence minimizing opportunities for corruption. Electronic bidding likewise ensures fair competition by providing equal access to all bidders, paving the way for a cleaner and more trustworthy procurement system. In addition, this legislation introduces new modes of procurement to address the existing challenges in the available modalities of procurement, consistent with the fit-to-purpose procurement approach, including the direct procurement for science, technology, and innovation, among other modes. Mr. President, the highlighted provisions are just a few of the significant components embedded within this proposed measure. In essence, this bill is designed to protect the public interest and to ensure that our government procurement activities reflect the integrity and values we stand for. Before I end, allow me to thank the sponsor of this proposed measure, Senator Sani Angara, as well as my fellow co-authors for their contributions to the advancement of this bill. Tandaan natin na ang bawat sentimo na ginagamit sa mga proyekto ng gobyerno ay pinaghirapang salapi ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya naman bilang mga lingkod bayan na sa ating mga kamay ang responsibilidad na pangalagaan at gamitin ito sa pinakamainam na paraan. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague. And just to add to all the discussion and the sponsorship of our colleagues, I'm very excited to tackle this measure. I see the members of the DBM here and the DOF. I'm excited to tackle this not just for the local government units and other agencies of government, but for the men and women of the armed forces of the Philippines and our security forces. Because it's never the cheapest is never the best for their equipment. And we have seen it before, time and time again. I remember there was a time that they bought Mahindra jeepneys. And now they are just rotting away in the PNP compounds, no longer being used after 2 years of use. It may be the cheapest, but it was not the best. And same goes for other equipment, airplanes, ships. The cheapest is never the best when it comes to this particular field of service for government. So I'm excited that the good sponsor, the chairman of the Committee on Finance, is tackling this. Finally, we can, of course, amend the Procurement Act to make it more in tune with the times. So thank you very much to my distinguished sponsor, to the co-sponsors, and the authors, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you for pointing it out, Mr. President, because this representation remembers, Mr. President, in my first term in Congress, in the 12th Congress, this was one of the very first law that I passed together with late Congressman Nonoy Andaya. And I remember meeting with then Senator Edgardo Angara, Mr. President, to talk about this particular measure, Mr. President. But unfortunately, Mr. President, after so many years, na-master na rin ng mga mafia kung paanong palusutan ito, Mr. President. Kanina nga ho, sinasabi ko, sana hindi muna nakikinig yung mga yun habang pinipresent ni Senator Angara itong napakagandang panukalang batas. Especially, Mr. President, when he made mention about the mere B, Mr. President, most economically advantageous responsive bill. As you made mention, Mr. President, hindi yung pinakamababa o pinakamura, yung pinakamaganda at pinakaayos gamitin ng pamahalaan. I was once a part of the executive, Mr. President, and every time there's a procurement na gagawin yung aming ahensya noon, kinakabahan ka ho lagi, Mr. President. Parang laging may mali. May laging pwedeng mali na gawin at makita o mapuna. Kahit na gusto mong gawin yung tama. And that's why this particular measure is very important. Mr. President, I remember, and to give honor to whom honor is due, si Senator Tito Ed Angara has been talking about the importance of combating graft and corruption. Because I remember during that time, the Transparency International made mention that for every peso being earned by the government, at least 40%, at least, Mr. President, 40% goes to corruption. And the formula of corruption, sabi nung Transparency International, corruption is equal to monopoly plus discretion minus accountability. That's the formula for corruption. Now, if we are to address the problem of corruption, we have to make sure na hindi monopolize, Mr. President, ng mga suppliers, ng mga mafia, at mas mataas yung discretionary powers nila para magawa nila yung gusto nilang gawin, kagaya nung nangyari sa Parmali, kagaya nung nangyari dun sa mga laptop scandal, etc. Bagkus, itataas mo yung accountability. Dun po sa narinig ko kanina na sponsorship speech ni Senator Sani Angara, klaro, Mr. President, na gusto natin itaas yung accountability at tanggalin yung mga masamang elemento sa proseso ng pag-procure ng mga government supplies and anything, Mr. President, na kailangan ng ating pamahalaan. So again, let me put into the records my sincerest thanks to our distinguished colleague, our brother seatmate, Senator Sani Angara, for sponsoring this very important landmark piece of legislation, and I give my full support, Mr. President, to this particular measure. And with that, Mr. President, may I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Sorry, Mr. President, let me also put into the records that Senator Lauren Ligarda would like to insert into the records her co-sponsorship speech.
We take note of that.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2386 and House Bill number 6558, both pertaining to the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, the following members to the bicameral designated members of the BICAM for the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2386 and House Bill number 6558 They are the chairperson, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. The part of the majority, we have Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Sonny Angara. The part of the minority, Senator Coco Pimentel. So designated.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, another administrative matter, Mr. President, and with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the committee referral of the following. Senate Bill number 1229, an act providing for the tri-level interchange along United Nations Avenue, Mandaue City, Cebu, from the Committee on Rules to the Committees on Public Works and Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion's approved.
Mr. President, may I also move Senate Bill numbers 2531 and 2433, both bills pertaining to the establishment of Laguna Regional Hospital from the Committee on Rules to the Committees on Health and Demography and Finance. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, March 12, 2024. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, March 12, 2024. Have a pleasant evening, everyone.